Good morning and welcome to the Senate Committee on Commerce and Labor on a very busy morning. We do have an overflow room set up as well, 1214. If you have anyone else coming, let them know we have overflow set up in 1214. And with that, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Daley. Here. Senator Ellison. Here. Senator Flores. Present. Senator Lang. Here. Senator Rogish. Here. Senator Scheibel. Senator Steinbeck. Here. Chair Pezzina.
Present, and it's always a wonderful day when we have all members present and accounted for. Welcome to the members of our audience in Carson City as well as in Las Vegas, in our overflow room here in Carson City as well, and those joining us online. Before we begin, we'd like to make just a few housekeeping reminders. First, please do silence all of your electronic devices while in the committee room. Members of the public may provide testimony in various ways, all of which are listed on the agenda. You may also submit public comment in writing, either in addition to testifying or in the place of testifying. If you do wish to testify in person, please sign in at the table by the door and provide our committee secretary with your business card. When testifying in person, please turn the microphones on to speak and off to listen, as we have others that are listening in Las Vegas as well as online. And please do state and spell your name for the record. Anyone who'd like to receive electronic notifications of scheduled bills and access to the committee's meeting materials may do so by signing up on Nellis on the legislative website. Committee members will be using their laptops to view handouts and other exhibits. Please do not view this as a sign of disrespect or inattention. And with that, we are going to move to our first agenda item. We're starting with a work session today, and then we will be taking our bills a little bit out of order. We're going to start today with Senate Bill 344, post-work session, and then we'll go to 158, 199, 294. But first, we are going to begin with our work session, and we will start with Senate Bill 47. Mr. Ashton.
Thank you, Chair Pezzina. For the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, Legislative Council Bureau. As nonpartisan staff, I can neither support nor advocate for any of these measures before the committee today. Senate Bill 47 was heard on February 26. It requires the Commissioner of Insurance of the Department of Business and Industry to apply for gifts, grants, and donations to support a study of the degree to which public and private insurance plans achieve parity between coverage for behavioral health care and coverage for other medical care. This bill provides for the confidentiality of certain confidential information that is submitted to the Commissioner, among other provisions. Amendments. Sarah Peters, member of the Washoe Regional Behavioral Health Policy Board, proposes the attached conceptual amendment, which is part of the work session document. In summary, the amendment makes certain clarifications in Section 7 regarding the study requirements and the term network, defines in Section 5 the term health insurer, adds in Section 8 self-funded multiple employer welfare arrangements who are regulated by the Insurance Commissioner, and adds a requirement that a contractor who conducts the study must include in the report recommendations for behavioral health care workforce and development and retention. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashton. Do we have any questions from the committee? Okay. With that, I'll entertain a motion to amend, do pass.
Motion to amend and do pass Senate Bill 47.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Do we have a second? Thank you so much, Senator Scheibel. Do we have any discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say nay. All right. Wonderful. The motion carries unanimously, and I will assign the floor statement to Senator Rogish. With that, we will move to Senate Bill 167. Mr. Ashton.
Thank you, Chair Pezzina. For the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB. Senate Bill 167 was heard on March 7th. It prohibits manufacturers under certain circumstances from importing, selling, or offering for sale certain household cleaning products for which the manufacturer knew or reasonably should have known that animal testing was performed. Amendments. Christopher Finarelli, Household and Commercial Products Association, proposes the attached conceptual amendment to the bill page. In summary, the amendment revises Section 1 to clarify the section may not be construed to prevent a manufacturer or supplier from reviewing, assessing, or retaining data already generated through animal testing. Revise in subsection 2 the exemptions to the prohibition for animal testing and pertinent data under certain circumstances as outlined in items 2A through D on the bill page. Remove subsection 3B, which makes certain exceptions to the prohibition set forth in the bill, and instead provide that the prohibition does not apply to testing data for certain ingredients and an ingredient obtained from a supplier where the manufacturer was unable to verify non-animal testing was conducted, and revise certain definitions in subsection 5. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashton. Committee members, do we have any questions? Okay, seeing none, I will accept a motion on Senate Bill 167 to amend do pass. Thank you so much, Senator Flores. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second from Vice Chair Daley. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. The motion carries unanimously, and we will assign the floor statement to Senator Scheibel. And with that, Mr. Ashton, Senate Bill 285. Thank you.
For the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB. Senate Bill 285 was heard on March 19th, and for the sake of time, I will go straight to the amendments. Senator Daley proposed the attached conceptual amendment during the bill hearing. In summary, the amendment clarifies in Section 2 that an apprenticeship program must have separate sets of standards for certain construction trades as set forth on the bill page under Item 2, and remove Section 2, subsection F, and instead provide that such a program may continue using a set of standards that was approved before the effective date of this bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashton. Do we have any questions from the committee? Okay, not seeing any questions. I will accept a motion on Senate Bill 285 to amend do pass. Thank you so much, Senator Scheibel. Do we have a second? Thank you so much, Senator Lang. Do we have any further discussion? Senator Ellison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to vote this bill out. I just got all my notes, but I'm going to reserve my right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Ellison. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say nay. All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. And it looks like Senate Bill 285 passes through committee unanimously, and we will assign the floor statement to Senator Daley, and Mr. Ashton will head to Senate Bill 352.
For the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB. Senate Bill 352 was heard on March 20th. It prohibits public and private policies of health insurance, including Medicaid, from discriminating against any person on the basis of actual or perceived race, color, national origin, sex, age, or disability. The bill also prohibits a healthcare provider from discriminating against a person on the basis of those same protected characteristics, as well as gender identity or expression. Amendments. Sarah Adler, on behalf of ACOG, proposes to amend the bill by clarifying that a provider of healthcare is not required to provide care to a patient for which the provider does not have the necessary qualifications. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashton. All right, committee, do we have any questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll accept a motion on Senate Bill 352 to amend do pass.
Motion to amend and do pass.
Thank you so much. From motion from Vice Chair Daley. Do we have a second? Second. A second from Senator Flores. Do we have any discussion? Okay. Seeing no discussion, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. All right, thank you so much. This passes, amend do pass unanimously, Senate Bill 352, and the floor statement will be assigned to Senator Scheibel. And with that, we are running right through these. We're on to Senate Bill 353. Mr. Ashton.
For the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB. Senate Bill 353 was heard on March 26. It requires Nevada Medicaid to establish a specific provider category for Medicaid billing and reimbursement for clinics that provide education and training to students of certain mental health professions. This bill also requires the division to create a single all-inclusive per diem Medicaid reimbursement rate for a visit to such a clinic. Amendments. Russell Rowe proposes the attached conceptual amendment to the bill page on behalf of the UNLV Practice Institute. In summary, the amendment revises Section 1 to clarify in subsection 1A the types of clinics that the specific Medicaid billing category is for, adds in subsection 1b that the per diem Medicaid reimbursement rate shall be established for certain behavioral and mental health services, which may also be provided by trainees. Defines the term trainee as an individual pursuing licensure as a mental or behavioral health professional who is obtaining the supervised experience required for licensure. Defines the term mental or behavioral health professional as a person licensed, certified, or registered pursuant to certain behavioral health licensing boards pursuant to the chapters in item 4A of the bill page, and licensed as a physician, physician assistant, or registered nurse and practices in psychiatry, addiction medicine, or another specialty relating to behavioral health. Thank you, Chair Pacino.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashton. Committee, any questions? All right, Senator Ellison.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. When I was going through my notes, did this have a physical note that has to go to finance, or has that been removed?
Senator, it does look like it has a fiscal note. I haven't been advised whether it's been removed at this time, so I believe it will be visiting the Finance Committee after making it through our committee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any further questions or anyone else? Okay. Thank you so much. With that, I will accept and amend to pass on Senate Bill 353. Thank you so much, Senator Flores. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second from Vice Chair Daley. All right, any further discussion? Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. All right, with that, the motion carries unanimously, and Senate Bill 353's floor statement will be assigned to Senator Dondero Liu. And we will move to Senate Bill 376, the last bill on our work session today, Mr. Ashton.
Thank you, Chair Pacino. For the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB. Senate Bill 376 was heard on March 28th. It authorizes certain insured employees who have filed a claim for occupational lung or heart diseases to seek treatment or other services from a physician or chiropractic physician of their own choice who provides appropriate treatment and services for these diseases. This authorization applies only if the treating physician panel maintained by the administrator of the Division of Industrial Insurance contains fewer than 12 physicians. Upon request, insured employees or the health or casualty insurers who pay for the treatment or services may seek full reimbursement for the incurred costs from the employer or certain other parties who are obligated to provide applicable coverage or benefits to the insured employee. Amendments. The Professional Firefighters of Nevada proposes the attached conceptual amendment to the bill page. In summary, the amendment revises Section 2 to provide that a physician included on the panel maintained by the administrator must be able to provide an appointment for treatment of the injured employee within 30 days. It revises subsection 1 that an injured employee may seek treatment or other services from a physician or chiropractic physician of his or her choice that is a network or has otherwise contracted with the employee's health insurer, health benefit plan, or casualty insurer. Decrease in subsection 6 the amount ordered to be paid to the requester to an amount that is equal to 2 times the reimbursement amount that remains unpaid. And clarifies in section 8 that the term health benefit plan means any type of policy, contract, agreement, or plan providing health coverage or benefits in accordance with state or federal law. Additionally, there was an amendment proposed by Dean Hardy, the administrator of the Division of Hearings and Appeals, which is also attached to the bill page. It authorizes a hearing officer to give certain notices to parties by means of an electronic filing system. Thank you, Chair Pacino.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashton. With that, do we have any questions on Senate Bill 376? Okay. Seeing no questions, I'll accept a motion to amend to pass on Senate Bill 376.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Flores. Do we have a second? We'll give it to Senator Lang. It was kind of a tie there, but we'll give that second to Senator Lang. Thank you so much. Do we have any further discussion? Okay. With that, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, wonderful. Senate Bill 376 passes unanimously, and the floor statement will be assigned to Senator Daley. And that will close out our work session today, and we thank you all for your patience as we get started. And we will move to our first bill hearing of the day, and we would love to invite up our Majority Leader, Senator Cannizzaro, to present Senate Bill 344, which requires certain health insurance to cover certain screenings for certain genetic disorders. Welcome, and begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Nicole Cannizzaro, and I proudly serve as a senator from Senate District 6 in the northwest portion of the Las Vegas Valley and as your Senate Majority Leader. I am very proud to be here today alongside Dr. Joseph Adishak from the Nevada State Medical Association and Kyle Prosen, Medical Policy Manager with Natera. I am very grateful for the opportunity to present to you Senate Bill 344, which requires health insurers to cover non-invasive prenatal testing, also abbreviated, and what will probably be referred to today as NIPT. Prenatal screening and testing are medical procedures performed during pregnancy to monitor maternal and fetal health, detect potential birth defects, identify genetic disorders, and assess the risk of chromosomal abnormalities in the developing baby before birth. Today's prenatal testing standards reflect a patient-centered approach. The American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology recommends discussing and offering genetic screening and diagnostic testing options to all pregnant patients, regardless of age or risk factors. After thorough review and discussion, patients have the right to pursue or decline testing. Non-invasive prenatal testing is a screening method that offers an accurate evaluation of the likelihood that a patient is carrying a fetus with a chromosomal abnormality, helping both the physician and patient assess the risk of such disorders. This screening method offers remarkable advantages to more invasive procedures that extract placenta tissue for genetic testing. It requires only a simple blood draw with minimal risk to the patient and fetus and can be performed as early as 10 weeks of pregnancy, and truly is remarkable. Just a simple blood draw from the mother can help to accomplish this testing, where in the past we've been faced with much more invasive testing procedures, and so this is really a remarkable, I think, advancement when we talk about medical science. Fetal chromosomal abnormalities occur in about 1 in 150 live births, and the incidence rate increases the older that a pregnant patient is. However, they can occur in a fetus regardless of the patient's age, race, or ethnicity. This, for many expectant patients, receiving early and accurate results from NIPT can provide emotional reassurance, allow them to mentally prepare for any potential health issues, and make informed decisions about their health and lives. Overall, NIPT represents one of the most significant advances in prenatal care in recent decades, providing a safer, earlier, and more precise screening option for expectant parents. Most health insurers do pay for NIPT in high-risk pregnancy cases, but about 20% do not cover this screening for low-risk pregnancies. Additionally, prior authorization requirements from insurers, including Medicaid, can be a barrier to access NIPT. According to ACOG, 5 out of the top 10 major national private health plans have a prior authorization requirement for NIPT. Therefore, this bill proposes to require all health insurers to automatically cover this screening without prior authorization or any other conditions. Chair Pizzino, with your permission, I would just like to walk through very briefly the sections of this bill. So sections 1, 2, 4 through 10, 12, and 14 through 16 require certain private and public health insurers, including Medicaid and health plans for public and private employees, to include non-invasive prenatal screening at any time during pregnancy in their policy coverage. These sections also prohibit insurers from requiring prior authorization for such screenings, provide that health insurance policies automatically include the required coverage on or after January 1st of 2026, and define non-invasive prenatal screening. Sections 3 and 11 authorize the Commissioner of Insurance to require certain health insurance policies issued by a domestic insurer for covered individuals residing out of state to also include NIPT coverage requirements, and suspend or revoke the certificate of authority issued to certain health insurers within the Commissioner's jurisdiction that fail to comply with these coverage requirements. Sections 13 and 16 also require DHHS to include Medicaid coverage at any time during pregnancy for non-invasive prenatal screening, routine carrier screening, including for cystic fibrosis and spinal muscular atrophy. Additionally, Medicaid must not require a recipient to obtain prior authorization for these screenings. With that, Madam Chair, what I would like to do is pass things over to my co-presenters, beginning with Dr. Adishak, who is going to share some additional information on the need for coverage for these very critical tests. And we do have a short presentation that we would like to share with the committee as well. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chair Patina, members of the Senate Commerce and Labor Committee. I'm Dr. Joey Adashek, A-D-A-S-H-E-K, and I'm currently president of the Nevada State Medical Association. I'm also a high-risk pregnancy specialist. I'd like to thank Majority Leader Canizaro for sponsoring this very important bill and everyone else for being present here. So before we start, I want to do a real quick presentation of the basic genetics here. There's no test afterwards, but for those of you who have not been pregnant for quite a while, I want to discuss what this does. So basically, we all have 23 pairs of chromosomes. Sometimes, though, there can be three types of chromosome abnormalities, trisomy 13, 18, and 21, that actually can be viable during the pregnancy. Trisomy 21 is Down syndrome, for those of you wondering. So trisomy 13 and 18, three of the chromosome 13 and 18, can be viable during the pregnancy. However, there is usually very significant birth defects, and it is universally lethal after delivery. Trisomy 21 is Down syndrome screening, and that can be very difficult to pick up by ultrasound. And NIPT can pick up with very high detection rate, trisomy 13, 18, 21, and also the sex chromosome abnormalities, like Turner syndrome when there's only one X chromosome, or 3 X chromosomes, and so forth. So right now, the way we do it for many patients is during the second trimester, say 17, 18 weeks, we do a blood test. This is before NIPT, and with very poor accuracy, we can see if there's an increased risk for chromosome defects of the fetus. And what we do then, if there's an increased risk, then the patient can have an amniocentesis, which for all of you who may know is sticking a needle in the abdomen of a pregnant woman and taking out amniotic fluid. And you can find out for sure the accuracy of the chromosome defects, but you don't find out till really late. But it's non-invasive, is the blood test. The invasive part is the amniocentesis, and we really try to avoid too many false positives because we try to avoid having to stick a needle in pregnant women's bellies. It does increase the risk of miscarriage. And so if you could just get a blood test with much more accuracy and do it much earlier, that would be awesome. So we actually have that. That's what NIPT is. And basically that's detecting the fetal DNA in mom's circulation. And so with very great accuracy, we can find out as early as 11 or 12 weeks if the fetus has these three most common chromosome defects. You can also detect others, but right now we're just talking about doing this on every single pregnant woman. And ACOG, American College of OB-GYN, recommends every pregnant woman get this test. It's very high accuracy, very low false positive rate. So when the test says the fetus is abnormal, it's abnormal 90 to 95% of the time. The tests that we've used before NIPT, and unfortunately the ones we still use in Nevada, we consider that an abnormal test with a rate of greater of 1 over 200 cases. So we're going from 0.5% accuracy to 90 to 95% accuracy with this test. And also, once we do this test, we don't have to do all the other old tests with the additional cost of the old test and the additional cost of amniocenteses on the pregnant woman. So it really has been a game changer all over the world. And my previous slide talked about all of the organizations right now that recommend this test over the older testing that we used to do. So without further ado, I want to go to our last slide, which really shows all over the country who right now approves without prior authorization this test for all pregnant women. And we are the 3 orange states that does not have this test as part of prenatal care. And understanding that, oh, okay, then maybe we can try to get prior authorization. So a patient's in our office, she's 11 weeks, she wants this test done. Oh no, we need to do prior authorization. So she's got to leave our office. We have to try to get prior authorization. And then if it's approved, we have to call her back. Now she could be 14 weeks, 15 weeks. Why would we do that? Then she finds out 17, 18 weeks if there's an increased risk, where we can do this test as early as 10 weeks. So prior authorization, so for advanced maternal age, as women get older, there is more risk. And if we get prior authorization, many times it's approved 100% of the time in those patients. But why do prior authorization if it's approved 100% of the time? Why waste everyone's time, everyone's money? And the poor patient is waiting to get this test done. Now she can find out 10, 11 weeks if the baby's got a lethal chromosome defect. And it's really become the standard of care all over, except for here in Nevada, which we do not have this test for everybody. So I'd like to thank everyone for their time, and what else I want to say? Oh, and if there's any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, committee, and thank you to the Majority Leader for your partnership and for sponsoring this bill. My name is Kyle Prosen, and I work for Natera, which is one of the many genetic labs that provide these prenatal genetic testing services and non-invasive prenatal testing and carrier screening. 41% of births in Nevada are covered by Medicaid, which means that nearly half of the births in the state rely on public support. They rely on the public to start their lives and give them a shot at their American dream. From every angle, from the scientific, economic, and from patient care, supporting prenatal genetic testing makes sense. Scientifically, NIPT and carrier screening are highly accurate, as Dr. Adishek just outlined, with 99% sensitivity and specificity, providing parents with reliable information about their pregnancy. All results are then confirmed by follow-up testing. Economically, peer-reviewed studies from Ben et al. And Walker et al. Show that prenatal genetic testing can be cost-effective because knowing that potential complications are happening in advance can reduce expensive emergency interventions, such as neonatal airlifts, which are stressful for both mom and baby. And we know that outcomes are best for both mom and baby when they have the information ahead of time. From a patient care perspective, early knowledge helps families and medical teams achieve the best possible outcomes, because a mother carrying a child with a chromosome condition may need to deliver at a tertiary medical center that has the neonatal experts available that child will need. About 50% of Down syndrome births have a cardiac heart defect and may need neonatal surgery. Without this information, she may unknowingly give birth far from the care that her baby needs. Carrier screening also allows families to take proactive steps, such as coordinating with specialists and ensuring early medical interventions. Because carrier screening can also inform future pregnancies, at-risk couples, or couples where both mom and dad are carriers of the same genetic condition, can obtain a sperm donor who is unaffected by that condition, adopt, or choose not to have any additional children. When I started this work nearly 10 years ago, prenatal genetic testing looked very different. Only a few specialists offer this testing to a very small number of commercial patients. Professional guidelines support was minimal. Most Medicaid patients across the country do not have formal access, which disproportionately affects patients of color. Today, the prenatal genetic testing landscape is very different. Both in Nevada and nationally, coverage is the standard. All commercial plans in Nevada cover prenatal genetic testing, and all national managed Medicaid plans have positive coverage policies too. But because Nevada Medicaid doesn't cover these national policies can't take effect. Nevada is the only state in the country that covers neither NIPT nor carrier screening in the whole country for Medicaid. Professional guidelines from ACOG, ACMG, and others support NIPT without prior authorization. If I ask for one additional thing during this entire speech, I ask that prior authorization exclusion extend to any willing provider that is credentialed in the state of Nevada to ensure that all labs that provide this service have equal access to reimbursement. Thank you for your time and consideration to cover NIPT and cystic fibrosis and spinal muscular atrophy carrier screening without prior authorization for any willing provider. Thank you also to Dr. Oki and Dr. Adishek for taking time out of your demanding days in clinic to be here to advocate for coverage. Your support means a lot.
Madam Chair, we have one more individual to round out the presentation, and then we'd love to take any questions if that would be okay.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Earl Oki. I'm a maternal fetal medicine specialist, and I've practiced in this community for over 20 years. I've actually practiced maternal fetal medicine for 40 years, and I've seen a tremendous change in our technology that Dr. Adishek has already presented to you. What is unique to Nevada is, especially for our Medicaid patients, the lack of coverage for this technology. And as it's been discussed, the NIPT is an extremely valuable tool that allows us and allows the patients to have information about the baby at a much earlier gestational age than current technology. Current Medicaid patients' access for prenatal screening is limited to the older serum screening, and the problem with this test is that it has an extremely high false positive rate. And it is also biased by the maternal age. So as the mom gets older, her odds of having a false positive result is increased. Whereas NIPT does go around this problem because it is actually measuring placental and maternal DNA. In addition, I want to also address the issue of the carrier screening. Carrier screening is a genetic test in which we can examine someone's DNA who has absolutely no symptoms, no physical findings, to indicate that they may carry an abnormal gene that can cause disease. Recessive genes behave in this fashion, and historically the only way a couple found out they were carrying an abnormal recessive gene was when they had a baby with this condition. This made them obligatory carriers. With the current technology of carrier screening, we can screen for as little as 1 or 2 genetic disorders, up to 500, 600 now diseases in a single panel. Current Medicaid patients do not have access to this test. And unfortunately for them, it is just not on the table at our current situation. And this is unique to Nevada. The other thing about carrier screening that now is extremely advantageous is that it allows us, as Dr. Adishek discussed, our ability to present these babies at the appropriate center for care. We have a lot of communities that have very limited medical facilities, and if they have a baby with a known genetic disease, they may not, one, recognize that the baby has this condition immediately, but it can result in delay of care and subsequent transport to a tertiary center. And a lot of times this results in the separation of the parents from the baby at an acute time where the baby may be quite ill. So historically, the ethnic-driven approach for carrier screening was the standard. And we are now gradually moving away from that to expanded carrier testing. The reason we're doing this is we're beginning to recognize how genetically diverse we all are. If any of you have done a ancestry DNA test, you may have been quite surprised by what the results indicated. And my niece did one, and we found that we were Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese, and Korean. And we actually thought we were pure Japanese. And this is what we're beginning to find more and more. The other issue that also comes up is sometimes individuals may recognize their ethnicity, which may actually be at variance to their ancestry. And so someone may say, I'm Hispanic, but they may not realize I have African ancestry, I have Mediterranean ancestry, I have Spanish ancestry. And this can create some issues when we do carrier screening, and especially we do ethnic-driven. Nowadays, the laboratories can now get around this issue by doing what we call expanded panel, looks for approximately 100 different diseases, and it does provide us with very valuable information. And certainly if the one partner has a gene that's identified, we can now test the partner and determine risk to the baby. In addition to all this, this gives the parents options in reproductive choices. We do have tests through PGTA, pre-implantation genetic testing, that the IVF providers can now provide. We can do prenatal diagnosis, and this allows us to deliver the babies at the appropriate centers. This technology, both NIPT and carrier screening, has added improved outcomes for our babies, and also for the pediatricians. More importantly, it allows them to initiate their treatment almost immediately at birth when appropriate. And for spinal muscular atrophy, we now have treatment for it, whereas a few years ago we did not. And finally, for the parents, this is important information because this can affect their relatives, but also this allows them to educate themselves, be prepared in how to care for their child if the child's going to have a genetic disease. I thank the committee for their time, and I appreciate your attention.
Madam Chair, that does round out our presentation for Assembly Bill 344. I did want to just take a moment to acknowledge that I, as you know, I am, unfortunately for all of you, not pregnant this session, so I'm not going to show up with a new baby in the waning days of this legislative session, but have had 3 high-risk pregnancies. And worked, I have to give a huge shout out to Dr. Adishak in his practice, who not only helped to bring 3 amazing, beautiful boys into this world, but definitely saved my life. And so just wanted to acknowledge that, you know, for so many families, being able to have testing and to have answers when you are newly pregnant is super helpful in being able to not only have informed care. For me as a high-risk patient, it was something that did end up being covered and gave us a lot of assurances. And I think that to allow this for any person who is in the position of carrying a child to be able to make the right healthcare decisions for their families, to make sure their babies are getting the right care. You know, when there was discussion early on in my first about something like an amniocentesis, the risks that come along with that for a pregnant patient when you're faced with, if I get a test done to help identify something that might be wrong with this baby, that I could risk losing the baby altogether is extraordinarily frightening. And so the fact that we have this science and this ability and can provide that to patients when we are one of very few states that do not, I think it is so, so critical. And so we certainly have, who I definitely believe to be an expert here. We would love to be able to answer any questions that you and the committee may have.
Thank you so much to our doctors who we appreciate so much, our healthcare workers, and the amazing jobs you do, and thank you for sharing your story. With that, we will open up to questions on Senate Bill 344. Do we have any questions from the committee? I notice some of the guys aren't necessarily looking at me right now, not having given birth, but all questions are welcome. And
I have a feeling that our senators from Senate District 18, Senator Steinbeck, is ready to jump on that. I saw him reach for his microphone.
Only in that Dr. Adishak was also our doctor, and I hold him in the highest regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, not seeing any questions. This may be a first. Not seeing any questions from the committee. We had such great presenters that you answered everything for us. We're going to have you step back from the table and we will welcome testimony and support on Senate Bill 344. We'll start in our physical locations here in Carson City and in Las Vegas, and then we will move to the phones. All right, it looks quiet at the tables. Okay, here we go.
Good morning, Chair Pizzina, Vice Chair Daly, and members of the Senate Commerce and Labor Committee. My name is Jacqueline Nguyen, Nguyen, and I represent the Nevada State Medical Association, the oldest and largest organization representing physicians in our state. Our physicians at the forefront of patient care every day. NSMA represents doctors across all specialties and from urban and rural areas. They witness firsthand the challenges their patients face, and through their dedication and expertise, continuously seek ways to improve healthcare outcomes for all Nevadans. We're proud to support our president, Dr. Adeshak, a high-risk OB, who has identified a crucial need for improving patient health, particularly in the area of prenatal care. We're also deeply grateful to Majority Leader Canizaro for her responsiveness to our physicians' concerns and for sponsoring SB 344. NIPT has proven to be an invaluable tool in prenatal care. It provides expectant parents with early and accurate information regarding the health of their baby, helping to identify potential genetic conditions. Early detection through NIPT allows parents to make informed decisions, providing them with clarity during a critical time. We believe that coverage for NIPT is essential to improving healthcare and reducing the long-term costs associated with untreated genetic disorders. We urge you to support SB 344 as we think that it will provide better health outcomes for our families and strengthen healthcare across all of Nevada. Thank you.
Good morning. The Senate Commerce and Labor Committee. My name is Dr. Sandra Koch, K-O-C-H. I am the Legislative Chair for the American College of OBGYN in Nevada, and I'm here to support this bill. I think you understand the reasons why.
Thank you so much for being here today to provide testimony. And with that, we will move to the phone lines. Broadcast, do we have anyone on the phones who'd like to call in support of Senate Bill 344?
If you would like to testify in support of SB 344, please press *9 now or raise hand in your Zoom window.
Good morning, members of the Senate Commerce and Labor Committee. My name is Katrina Nayak, that's spelled Katrina, space, N as in Nancy, A-I-K. I'm a board-certified gastroenterologist and a member of the Nevada State Medical Association, and I serve patients throughout the Las Vegas Valley. I'm also a new mother with a 10-day-old newborn. I'm here today to express my strong support for SB 344. The NIPT testing was a critical test for me as a recently pregnant woman. The test, performed in the first trimester, provided information that proved critical in my decision-making as a patient and as a parent. For one thing, by reassuring me that my baby carried no deadly genetic defects, I was gifted with the peace of mind of my baby's well-being and empowered to make the decision early to keep my baby. Furthermore, this test allowed me to avoid more invasive and dangerous tests, including amniocentesis, to reach very similar conclusions. This test protected me and my baby. As I'm speaking to you now, I'm holding her in my arms, and ultimately, I would recommend access to this test for all pregnant women, regardless of insurance coverage. I urge you to prioritize healthy decision-making and safety for all pregnant women by supporting this bill. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you so much, and congratulations on your new baby girl.
Good morning, Chair and members of this committee. My name is Catherine Nielsen. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada Governor's Council on Developmental Disabilities. Many of you have had the pleasure of meeting our intern, Alyssa Marquez. I have known Alyssa since she was a young child, but I've also had the pleasure of knowing her mother for over a decade. Ellen received the diagnosis of Down syndrome at 5.5 months old, but did not know, or 5.5 months far along in her pregnancy, but did not know that Alyssa was going to be born with a atrioventricular septal defect until she was 2 days old. Access to this vital information would be able to increase the livelihood and health of those that are born with significant genetic conditions, and we ask that you support this measure. Thank you.
Chair, you have no more callers wishing to testify in support at this time.
Thank you so much. With that, we'll move to testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 344. We'll start in our physical locations and then move to the phones. And not seeing anyone making a break for the tables. Broadcast, we are back to you. Is there anyone on the phones who'd like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 344?
If you would like to testify in opposition of SB 344, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you so much. And that will move us to neutral on Senate Bill 344. Adam Plain, it wouldn't be a day if we didn't see you at the table. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Pazina and Committee. Shelley Capurro, representing the Nevada Association of Health Plans, 10 member plans that operate in both the commercial and public markets. We appreciate the intent of the Majority Leader's bill. We just want to say that mandates often come with unintended consequences that can drive up costs for consumers and reduce plan flexibility. These increased costs ultimately translate into higher premiums, deductibles, and out-of-pocket expenses for both employers and individuals. Mandates can limit the consumer choices by requiring all policyholders to pay for coverage that they may or may not want, reducing flexibility in plan options. As an association, we remain committed to enhancing healthcare quality and accessibility, and we welcome the opportunity to collaborate with all policy solutions that align with the legislature's goals while ensuring Nevadans have access to affordable, sustainable healthcare coverage. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Sorry. Madam Chair, members of the committee, Adam Plain, P-L-A-I-N, with the Nevada Division of Insurance. The division is here neutral on this bill as a matter of policy, as per usual. We did submit a fiscal note and written testimony under our obligation under federal rules. We did evaluate this bill for federal defrayal provisions, and we do currently evaluate the bill as triggering federal defrayal. The fiscal note does have a little bit of explanation as to what our calculation ended up at, and we're happy to answer any questions if you have some.
Okay, I think we're good. Thank you so much. Oh, wait, I spoke too soon. Senator Ellison.
Would any of this expense come out of Medicaid or private insurance be covered by this? The physical note on this was pretty high. I was trying to figure out, it wouldn't be all state issue, it'd be like Medicaid or private insurance that cover a lot of this cost, would it not?
For the record, Adam Plain, Division of Insurance, Senator Ellison. So the fiscal note that the Division of Insurance submitted is based on our actuarial estimates. It would be the increased cost to health plans covering individuals in the for the individual market. So those who would normally be purchasing through the exchange. The federal rules require the state to offset or pay for the entire cost of an increased benefit for those individuals purchasing through the individual market. So I don't know if that answers your question. Our estimate doesn't affect Medicaid.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Plain from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. It's always good to see you here. All right. I don't see anyone else who'd like to testify in neutral in our physical location, so broadcast will move to you in the phones. Anyone who'd like to testify in neutral on SB 344?
If you would like to testify neutral on SB 344, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers wishing to testify neutral at this time.
Thank you so much. Would you like to make a closing statement? Okay, I think everything was left out there in the presentation. Again, we thank you so much for the presentation, for sharing your story, and we thank our doctors for the hard work that they do. All right, with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 344, and we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 158, which revises provisions exempting certain work from the provisions governing the licensure and regulation of contractors. And we will welcome Senator Flores and any co-presenters he may have.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and esteemed colleagues of the Commerce and Labor Committee. I am State Senator Edgar Flores, proudly representing Senate District 2, and I am here today to present Senate Bill 158. By way of roadmap, I wanted to give everybody a little bit of an idea of how we're hoping that the conversation will move. Joining us over Zoom is Mr. Jordan Benegas, who will be providing some testimony and will give the committee some factual data of what's happening with handymen across the country. And we have been very cautious to say handymen and handy gals or handy women to make it clear that it's obviously not just men that do this work. But I wanted to provide a little bit of context of how we got to this bill today so that you can kind of join me in a little bit on this journey of why this matters. So first, recently, not more than a year ago, I personally was trying to hire a handyman to help put some pavers in my home. And when I contacted him, he was highly recommended. His name's Luis. He may be joining in us a little bit later. I know he's working, but he was one of the initial reasons why I even engaged in this conversation to begin with. When I contacted Luis, he had done some work for a couple of neighbors of mine, word of mouth, somebody we trusted. We've seen the quality of work. I said, can you help me? When he came over, I notified him of what I wanted to do, and we realized that the cost of the pavers alone exceeded several $1,000s, and that he could not do the work. And being a legislator, I then did what any legislator would do. Well, let me look into those rules. What do you mean? How does it work? And therein, I had an opportunity to dive into the NRS, which is what you have in front of you. I do want to make it clear that everybody should have a copy of the conceptual amendment. For those of you who are joining us in person, we've printed out some additional copies if you'd like to grab them. And where the bill started was $5,000. The conceptual amendment has moved it down to $3,500. But before I get into specifically what those amounts mean, when I was looking through NRS 624, I realized that there was a cap that went into place back in 2007 that only allows you to do up to $1,000 worth of work. They call it the handyman exemption. And that includes cost of materials, or if you have to rent equipment or whatever it may be. Well, I realized very quickly that I don't know how realistic that $1,000 threshold was. And really, for me, my interpretation and read of that was that it was a barrier intentionally placed to make it difficult for individuals as sole proprietors to be able to really exist in this space. Now, the initial kind of knee-jerk reaction is that everybody should just be a licensed contractor, which respectfully makes sense because you want to make sure that individuals are licensed, you want to make sure individuals have gone through X amount of training, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So then what I did after that is, along with Luis and another really close friend of mine who are going through the process now of trying to become licensed contractors, I said, well, let me go on this journey with you. So let me walk you through what that looks like. They paid $800+ for a year-long course to take a test to become a licensed contractor. It's 600+ questions that they have to memorize and work on. From that, they will take a test where they submit an application. They get 40 questions at random from that big list of 600+. And then on top of that, you have to bring letters of recommendation. You have to prove X amount of years of experience. You have to demonstrate that you have X amount of money in your bank account to apply for certain commercial bids, et cetera, et cetera. And I realized it was very difficult to engage in this world and to make it in. Even more challenging is that Luis, unfortunately, though he is a U.S. citizen, is very limited with his English. And the test was in English. And for him, even a year's worth of a course may not be sufficient because of the language barriers. So with me, I then said, well, this is difficult because I myself am a small business owner. And by way of reference, in my own family, my mother, proud maid, pantry worker, culinary union worker. And I've always said that, like I believe in many areas of our state, but really the truth of our state, she was the beating heart of our family, which is what I think is what a union represents in this state. They are the beating heart. My father, on the other hand, never mastered the language till this day, has a very difficult time with English. He did multiple jobs. He was a gardener. He did small construction jobs. He cleaned pools. He worked in restaurants. He did every job under the sun. And then within a building, you can imagine, serving people, working alongside of other Nevadans, just trying to make it work. And like what I think the analogy that I utilize there in the small business mindset with him is that he was really the veins. While the beating heart was my mom, he was the veins that moved the family from point A to point B to move things around, which is how I see small businesses in the state. I think they are the veins that move things and make things happen. One of the things that we've often been taught in this building is that they're mutually exclusive. When we talk about small businesses, we draw a line and they're on one side and then on the other side are unions. I think in most households like mine and in Nevada to be true that they're not mutually exclusive, that in fact both can coexist and both are necessary and do amazing things in our state. So when I joined the legislature, I made it my agenda to be true to both sides of that upbringing that I had in my family, to represent both and advocate heavily for both. Respectfully, I also wanted to say that this is very true of my community. I've lived it both because of how my house works, I've lived it because of how the Latino community operates, and I've also seen it just myself as a sole proprietor at one point in my life, and fortunately now have expanded that. What I seek to do with Senate Bill 158 is to give the little person, the little guy, the little gal, an opportunity to be able to feed their families doing this type of work. And acknowledging that the red tape that's been out there and that exists today has served only as a barrier to really make it difficult for these individuals to transition into becoming a licensed contractor. And unfortunately, I've laid it out, it's difficult, it's expensive, it's time consuming. It's gonna take years before you can go from handyman to licensed contractor. And if that's the reality that we're living, then I think we have a responsibility to allow them to be able to feed their families so that that individual like Luis, when he came to me and I said, I want you to be able to do this paver work, that he could do it honestly, engage in this. And a lot of people don't want to go beyond being just a sole proprietor. For some folk, that's the extent of their business model and that works for them. So with me, I seek to, with this amendment, I seek to allow folk to do just that. The cost of materials alone will always exceed $1,000. That's just a reality. So what money is left over for that person to be able to take some money home? So that's why we want to change it. And the way the SB 158 reads is we want to allow the handyman exemption to allow individuals to make up to $3,500 worth of work, which is still not that much, but exclude materials. So if you're buying pavers, if you're buying equipment, renting equipment, whatever it may be, that they can still do the job honorably and go home and do that for years and maybe remain a handyman or maybe transition later once they've made enough money. I do want to thank the Contractors Board. They early on during session met with me, talked a little bit about some of their concerns. I understand where they're coming from and I'm respectful of that. They've also, as late as yesterday, met with Mr. Peter Guzman of the Land Chamber of Commerce, where we were engaging in this conversation. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find a number that works for them. They still have other concerns. But out of respect, in the spirit of collaborating and finding an amicable kind of middle ground, we still amended the bill to $3,500, and we will continue to work with them during and after the conversation today. So that's our commitment to the entire Senate and Commerce and Labor Committee. With that, Madam Chair, I've explained a little bit of what we're doing. If I may hand it over to Mr. Jordan Venegas, please.
Thank you, Senator and Chair Jordan Venegas with the Institute for Justice. For the record, I'll be presenting with my colleague, Tom Solomon.
Yes, and I'm Special Projects Assistant Coordinator here at the Institute for Justice. Thank you, Senator Flores, for sponsoring this important piece of legislation, and thank you to the committee for allowing us to express our support for this bill. Every day, Nevadans depend on handymen to help them with safe and common tasks, from hanging picture frames to repairing damaged flooring. These essential services are available because of Nevada's exemption to the contractor licensing law, often known as the handyman exemption. handymen are exempt from the requirement to get a contractor's license if a job is under $1,000, which includes both labor and materials, and as long as the work performed does not require any building or other permits. This limit is unnecessarily low, forcing hardworking Nevadans to work under the table, accept meager pay for their work, or exit the industry altogether. In raising the limit for handyman jobs from $1,000 to $3,500 and excluding the cost of materials from this total, SB 158 is a necessary, common sense, and long overdue adjustment to Nevada's contractor licensing laws that will create immediate economic opportunity and affordable services for Nevadans. The handyman exemption is crucial to the numerous workers across the state who depend on it for their livelihoods, as well as for consumers who need help with tasks that would be of little interest to a fully licensed contractor. But the current cap severely limits the ability of handymen to earn an honest living and inhibits consumers from being able to obtain the maintenance and improvement services they need. Obtaining a contractor's license, as Senator Flores mentioned, in Nevada is an extremely burdensome process requiring significant proof of experience, bonding, and passing exams that are offered only in English. In fact, Nevada ranks as the single most burdensomely licensed state in the country, and for many different types of contractors, including, among others, landscaping, painting, cabinet making / carpentry, which are not even licensed professions in many other states. These excessive burdens make obtaining a contractor's license extremely costly and intensive for some, and entirely out of reach for others. Research cited by the Nevada Department of Business and Industry's recent report on boards and commissions found that, quote, 55% of Nevada's low-income residents are subject to occupational licensing, end quote, and that such licensing discourages entrepreneurship with the heaviest impact on Hispanic populations. For over 30 years, the Institute for Justice has worked to make it easier for Americans to earn an honest living. We view exemptions such as these as essential pathways for workers to do just that. Such exemptions are common in other states. Neighboring Utah's exemption, for example, allows handymen to work up to $7,000, including labor and materials, with certain restrictions. In response to local demand for reform, we actively support efforts to see these limits increased to levels which allow workers to run viable businesses and earn a reasonable living. Raising the limit in Nevada to $3,500 is a great start and will undoubtedly benefit the lives of many Nevadans. We encourage legislators to ensure that the limit continues to increase in the future. Over the last year, we have met with numerous handymen from across the state who are deeply supportive of this bill and are eager to see it pass. They cite how this increase will allow them to grow their businesses, give them more financial flexibility, and allow them to spend more time with their families rather than chasing endless low-dollar value jobs. As one handyman from Las Vegas, Noy Munoz, who couldn't be here today, shared, the current limit of $1,000 per job includes the cost of labor as well as materials. It is too low and makes it difficult for us to run viable businesses. When you factor in the cost of materials, insurance, vehicle maintenance, tools, and everything else that goes into running a successful business, $1,000 per job simply does not go very far. Because of the $1,000 limit, I have to take many, many small jobs just to earn a living. Though it would be good for the limit to be higher, raising it to $3,500 while excluding the cost of materials is a great step in the right direction. It would mean I wouldn't have to chase so many jobs and could dedicate more time to my family and personal development. SB 158 is common sense. It will allow us to better serve our communities and provide us with better, more sustainable lives. In conclusion, from us, SB 158 will bring the laws up to date, allowing more Nevadans to earn an honest and dignified living, while also providing consumers with greater access to everyday services they need. While we would like to see this bill go further and include a higher exemption limit to match the best practices across the country, SB 158 will undoubtedly benefit workers and consumers across Nevada. Thank you to everyone for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation today. Do we have any questions from the committee on Senate Bill 158? And thank you for providing your amendment as well. All right, we might be quiet for the second time. I don't know what's going on today. We're usually a very talkative committee. Senator Ellison, do you have a question?
Yes, ma'am, and maybe the speaker or chairman or presenter can answer this. The reason they went to $1,000 years ago was because they were never following that guideline of $1,000. They're restricted by what they can do and not do. They can do doors, they can do floors, they can do windows, they could do a little bit of everything. But the problem was, they weren't. I mean, I don't know if the contractors board will weigh in on this or not, but the problem was, there's safety issues that why they put them in there, and nobody complied. So I'm hoping maybe you can answer this, because that is the issue out there is, we just had to go up because the city called and asked us to go out and evaluate a house. These handymans went and wired a house, plumbed a house, and did everything. Totally illegal. Finally, they had to shut them down. But they're totally out of the reams of responsibilities of what they should be doing. And that's why that they had such a low limit. And, I can understand there's an issue in there with the cost of material, mostly where it's going skyrocketed. And maybe there was something they could have done, said, okay, material is the one thing, and that's what the job's going to cost, but the labor had to stay at a lower rate. Maybe it would have controlled that, but we've got people out there that are business that are hiring these guys when they know they can't be doing it. We got a guy just did an HVAC on a commercial building. Totally illegal, but yet they're doing it under handyman license. So maybe you can address these issues, but there's several things that they can't do, and the contractors board will be able to tell you that. That's HVAC, that's plumbing, that's alarm systems, that's electrical, and stuff that is critical for safety and health. So if you can answer them, then I'm more than happy to listen. But the problem is the issues you got is outside of the realm and responsibilities that could create, death. So that's why they put that law into effect.
Thank you for that question, Senator Ellison. Through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Ellison.
You can go
Senator,
direct, and thank you.
Madam Chair. Senator Edgar Flores, for the record, I appreciate what you're saying, and what you're alluding to and what you're bringing up is against the law, and that's illegal. And that's going to continue to be illegal and against the law, even with this bill. The issue that we have with folk performing plumbing, electrical, refrigeration, heating, and air, and I can go on and on, I am not touching that or expanding on the ability of a handyman to do any of that work. They will never be able to do that work. And I am also not hinging in any way and getting in the way of the Contractors Board ability to go after these bad actors that we absolutely know exist. Who I'm trying to defend and help with this bill are the good actors. The one that told me I can't do that job because it's over $1,000, I want that individual to be able to do work and be able to feed his family simultaneously. So I think that whether we put this at $1,000, $50,000, or $100,000, it will not address the issue of bad actors, players that are out there acting legally. One of the examples that I always use by analogy is I'm a licensed attorney. We have the unauthorized practice of law, and then we have something called document preparation services. I've been very heavily handed in working and going after the unauthorized practice of law, but I've also worked very heavily in protecting document preparation services, people that do that type of work so they can feed their families. Because I think one of the things that we automatically do, and it's instinctive, is that we look at unlicensed work and automatically label them handymen because they're not licensed. And what I'm hoping to do is to eliminate that bad name and have the handyman exemption be one category. The unauthorized illegal work that's happening undoubtedly in the state be their separate category, and that we all aggressively go after them. And then we have the licensed contractors. I think we have to put them in three separate pots because we have plenty of good Nevadans doing really good work that unfortunately cannot, in the model that we exist today under the NRS, give them a chance to become viable to feed their families. And I make that point. Remember, to become a licensed contractor, you have to be able to prove that you've worked and have experience for several years. If you're a sole proprietor and you can only do up to $1,000 worth of work, including material, it's going to make it incredibly difficult for you to ever even hit that threshold. Because how are you going to get the experience if you're being capped to do such limited work? So I want that small, one one sole proprietor to be able to go out there and do that work and feed their family. And that's ultimately what I want. But I agree with you, and I am aligned with you, that if we have to give more power to the contractors to be able to go after that unlicensed work, let's do it. I've never been against that, and I would 100% even be willing to amend all that language in here. But I think they already have the authority to do it. So I don't know how much more teeth we can give them. I think they have the teeth to be able to go after all these folks.
I use handyman all the time. We got a house right now that trees from next door come over and destroyed the whole garage. And I had a bunch of them come over and they helped me get these stumps up. We had to pull out the old lines out of the ground and until we get the plumber over there. So I work with these guys also. Problem is the issue, there's no teeth in there for the contractors board or the city or the county that says you're outside your realm of responsibility. So there's nothing there to stop them, like a fine or whatever. But the city even licenses them and the county. That's not a problem. We all use them, and thank God I got them because they help quite a bit. But I just think we need to make sure that they don't go out of the responsibility that they have. And like I said, we try to give them as much, and we put them with plumbers, we put them with anybody we can to give them that experience. But the workforce is shallow. It's really bad. So,
thank you for that, Senator Ellison. Senator Edgar Flores, for the record, I'm 100% with you. If there's anything more I can do to give teeth to the contractors board to do what they have to do to go after those individuals that should never be touching any of that work, I'm 100% on board. And I also want to remind you, even with this $3,500 proposed amendment that we're presenting today, we're still way below the threshold that other states have set. In other states, they can do much more work than this. So even with that, we're still going to be amongst the most stringent in the nation. And I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions from the committee? Okay, with that, thank you so much, Senator. We'll have you take a step back, and we will invite testimony in support of Senate Bill 158. We'll start in our physical locations, and then we'll move to the phones. I don't see Las Vegas right now, so I'm not sure if anyone's coming forward. Okay. Please come forward in Carson City if you'd like to. And begin when you're ready. I would have one of you begin, though, when you're ready. Thank you so much.
All right. Members of the committee, thank you for allowing us to testify here in support of SB 158. On behalf of Ronald Najarro, for the record, RONALD-NAJARRO. I'm the State Director for Americans for Prosperity, Nevada. And on behalf of Americans for Prosperity and our numerous activists across the state, 70 of which are in the overflow room testifying in support of this bill as well, we ask you to support this bill, which would create work exemptions from $1,000 to $5,000 as a threshold for non-licensed work, excluding material costs, clarifies exemptions for various entities and scenarios, and will empower and create more economic opportunities for all Nevadans. This legislation aims to streamline contractor regulations while maintaining safety and quality standards. By simplifying the process for smaller projects, we are removing red tape that disproportionately impacts small contractors and their ability to remain competitive. SB 158 is a positive and much-needed reform that will bring about several beneficial outcomes for contractors, businesses, property owners, and the economy at large. Small businesses and independent contractors are the backbone of our economy. By raising the exemption threshold to $5,000, we are providing small-scale contractors with greater flexibility and fewer administrative hurdles. This change will allow small contractors to engage in more jobs without being burdened by often complex and costly regulatory requirements that currently apply to jobs exceeding $1,000. This will lead to a more vibrant and efficient local economy. As small businesses, we have more opportunities to thrive and create jobs. We thank Senator Flores for proposing this bill, and we stand ready and able to work with him to advance more reforms like these that would create a strong and vibrant Nevada economy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I would remind anyone who'd like to testify in person that it does need to be in this room or in Las Vegas if they plan to testify in person. We can only take so much testimony because we have a number of bill hearings today. So I would invite anyone who'd like to come in and testify from the overflow room to be very brief. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Laura Nowlin, and I am a small business owner in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm also the education director for the National Hispanic Construction Alliance, and so when I heard that this bill was being present, I definitely wanted to speak on that behalf. Thank you so much, Senator Flores, for bringing this bill to our attention, SB 158, and bringing it forward. I will tell you, handymen at $1,000, that's what's creating the bad actors. So if by increasing it to $3,500 or even the $5,000, the higher you can get it, the better, because then you'll actually have more contractors truly go in and get all the licensing needed in place. Right now, the issue is that $1,000 is too small of a dollar amount, and so that's why you have a bunch of bad actors going in and doing work that they're not supposed to be doing. So this will actually help our community and not endanger it. Thank you so much for your time.
Good morning. Eddie Diaz, E-D-D-I-E-D-I-A-Z. Dear members of the Senate Commerce and Labor Committee, on behalf of the Labor Initiative, I'm here to express my strong support for Senate Bill 158, which proposes increasing the monetary threshold for contractor work exempt from licensure requirements from $1,000 to $5,000, excluding materials from the valuation. This bill holds particular significance for Nevada's Latino community, where many individuals possess valuable skills in trades and home improvement, but face barriers due to current licensing regulations. By raising the exempt threshold, SB 158 would expand economic opportunities, allowing skilled Latino workers to undertake small-scale projects without the financial and administrative burdens of licensure, fostering entrepreneurship and economic self-sufficiency. It will reduce informal work. It will benefit consumers, providing homeowners with more affordable options for minor repairs and renovations, addressing a broader range of community needs. In essence, SB 158 represents a meaningful step toward economic empowerment for Nevada's Latino population. Thank you, Senator Flores, for bringing this bill up, and I respectfully urge the committee to support this bill. Thank you.
My name is Al Rojas. I live in Assembly District 12. I'm at crossroads with this issue here. I do recognize that handymen should make more money, but I'm a homeowner, and I come from a family of who that was our business, the rental business. And I can tell you that, I'm very active in my community, and I see a lot of people going out there trying to hustle these people with these solar panels and things of this sort. And to be on the hook for $5,000 if somebody rips me off and have very little recourse apart from materials, it's kind of a big risk. I am in support of raising the limit to maybe $1,500 with some kind of clause in there that the person that protects the homeowner, that he should be leery what his recourses are. There are states sometimes make a clause that has to be on a written contract to protect the consumer of what his recourses are. I didn't hear the bill because we have the overflow room, but if he's talking $5,000 apart from the materials, that's too high. I do respect that handymen have to make a living, but I think $1,500, something in that area, would be more appropriate. I have some toilets that have to be fixed. I have some stuff that has to be done, but I'm not going to go put myself for $5,000 on the line for some guy that's coming off the street. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Okay, this was testimony in support. Would you like it to be reclassified as opposition, or would you like to continue in support? It was up to $3,500.
Well, I would support it only if it goes up to $1,500, however you want to put that.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have anyone else who'd like to testify on our physical locations? Okay, I don't see anyone else right now, so we thank you so much to those that have come out today in support of Senate Bill 158, and we are going to move to opposition to Senate Bill 158. We'll have you start in our physical locations, and then I'm so sorry. I forgot to go to the phone lines, and that is absolutely my fault. So we are going to continue in support of Senate Bill 158, and we're going to move to the phones broadcast. Thank you for your patience.
If you would like to testify in support of SB 158, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hi, this is Peter Guzman, President of the Latin Chamber of Commerce, in full support of this bill. And, you know, I want to make sure that we understand that there may be bad actors, but the majority are not. There are people and small businesses who want to feed their family, who want to have a dignified life. So we cannot let the majority pay a deep price because a few bad actors. Let's focus on the bad actors. Let's work on that without paying a penalty for the majority that are doing it the right way. I've met these small business owners, these handymen, and listen, really in reality, what possibly can go wrong with the threshold being lifted a little bit so that they can continue on and seeing growth. And yeah, maybe they want to become general contractors, and we're going to help them do that. But let's not let the good actors, which is the majority, pay a severe price for some bad actors. The Latin Chamber of Commerce is in full support and supports Senator Flores and the amount of work that he has done to continue to make this in a place where everybody can be comfortable. I commend him for doing that work. Thank you.
Hi, I apologize. I'm driving, but I wanted to express, Katrin Ivanov, KATRINIVANOFF, like a Frank. I am in support of the bill. Anything that would allow people to feed their families is good. We should have probably laws that are stronger for the bad actors to be able to go after them, but we shouldn't stop families of being able to feed themselves, especially in the economy in the last few years. It's been going down the drain, and we don't know where it's going to go from now on. $5,000 is not a lot of money. On the phone, I couldn't hear very well including or excluding materials. I hope that's excluding, because materials are getting expensive by the minute. And by the time you make that law available, $5,000 will be nothing by the looks of it. So, not really nothing, but not as much as it was, let's say, 5 and 10 years ago. So, please support that bill. And I believe by the rules of the committee, Mr. Roja's testimony has to go in opposition, even if he agrees with the parts of the bill. If he disagrees with one thing, he should be in opposition. So thank you so much for the people that presented that bill, and have a lovely day.
Thank you, Ms. Ivanov. And yes, we have reclassified Mr. Rojas's testimony. And is there anyone else on the line broadcast?
Chair, you have no callers in support at this time.
Thank you so much. With that, we will open up testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 158. We'll start in our physical locations, and we'll actually start in Las Vegas because I see we have a few people who sat down there. And then after our physical locations, we'll move to the phones.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jordan Cranebuhl. Last name is spelled Krahenbuhl. I'm the Executive Director of the Plumbing, Heating, Cooling Contractors of Nevada, known as PHCC. Speaking in opposition of SB 158, raising the handyman limit from $1,000 to a $5,000 limit hurts the licensed, bonded, and insured contractors that are doing things under the law the way that they're supposed to be, that have taken the time, effort, and energy to get licensed and to do things under the law. The B7 license was created exactly for this issue, for the smaller contractors that want the handymen that want to get licensed. We work with the State Contractors Board on this. Regularly, my contractors go out and called out on projects behind handymen that have done plumbing and HVAC work that they are not supposed to do. And I know they say, oh, well, they're bad actors, whatever. But that's the reality of what happens. They go out there and they do work they're not supposed to do, and increasing it from $1,000 to $5,000 only hurts the licensed, bonded, and insured contractors. This bill doesn't help the homeowner, it doesn't help the property owner, and it certainly doesn't help the small licensed, bonded, and insured contractors that do this work. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker in Vegas, please.
Sure. My name is Cesar Jasso Duran. I'm a handyman from Las Vegas with over 10 years of experience. When I was in Carson City back in February, I had the privilege of meeting with some of you to share with you why I believe SB 158 is an important change to the laws governing handymen in our state today. I'm very happy again to be asking you for support SB 158. The current limit of $1,000, including both materials and labor, is too low. With the raising the cost of materials and all the expenses that goes into running a business. The current 1,000 limit makes it very difficult to earn a living as a handyman in Nevada. By raising the limit to $3,500 and exempting the cost of materials from this total, SB 158 will give handymen much needed breathing room. It will give us the freedom to invest more in our business, improve the quality of our services, and allow us to better serve the demand of handyman services in our communities. While I will, of course, like to see the exemption increase further, I believe $3,500 limit without including cost of materials will make a huge difference and will improve the lives of our countless people across the state. I thank you for your support of Nevada Handymen, and I ask you to support SB 158. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And that sounds like support testimony. So we're going to move you out of opposition and reclassify that as support testimony. And thank you so much for being here today. And we're going to move to Carson City.
Good morning, Chair Pazina, Vice Chair Daley, and members of the committee. My name is David Behar, for the record. That's B-E-H-A-R. I'm the Executive Officer of the Nevada State Contractors Board, and I'm here today to testify in opposition of SB 158. As you've heard today, SB 158 looks to increase the value of work to be performed by a handyman from $1,000 to $3,500, excluding the cost of materials. Between 2022 and 2024, our board received approximately 1,475 complaints against unlicensed contractors and issued over $1.5 million in fines. A significant amount of that activity involved handymen and bad actors, as many of you have described, who took large sums of money from homeowners and then left behind projects that were significantly incomplete or oftentimes totally abandoned. Increasing the monetary thresholds that could be taken from homeowners in SB 158 places consumers at an even greater risk of harm while offering them no recourse and, more importantly, no protection under our Residential Recovery Fund. The Contractors Board has worked diligently with Senator Doñate, members of the industry, associations, the Latin Chamber of Commerce, and other stakeholders to fairly craft a consensual amendment in his bill, SB 130, that addresses the issues presented today in SB 158 and also reduces barriers. We've also enacted recent measures through our own Language Access Plan funding to help increase accessibility to include free workshops in Spanish to those with language barriers to assist them in gaining licensure. The conceptual amendment presented in this bill brought to light an innovative pathway in SB 130 that equitably addressed the needs of smaller and less experienced contractors who wish to perform work above that $1,000 range. That concept offered in that bill garnered significant support and also afforded individuals multiple pathways for future advancement and growth while also balancing consumer protections for homeowners across our state. For those reasons, the Nevada State Contractors Board opposes SB 158 and feels that it would be detrimental to members of the industry as well as constituents across our state. Thank you all very much for your time.
Yes, Senator Ellison has a question for you, Mr. Bihar.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate what you had to say. But one of the questions is that they're talking about material. The homeowners can actually pay for the material. The only thing that they would then, that labor would be the only thing they'd be charging for. And I see a lot of this, that, they're replacing a window. They go buy the windows and bring it in and they put it in. Isn't that not correct? And that helps the handyman quite a bit. Is that not correct?
David Bihar for the record, through Chair Prezina to Senator Ellison. That is correct, Senator.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Alexis Motorex with the Nevada Chapter Associated General Contractors. I'm representing the commercial construction industry in Northern Nevada. AGC shares the concerns and sentiments articulated by Mr. Bihar and are opposed to SB 158. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. Brian Reeder speaking on behalf of the Nevada Contractors Association. That's the commercial construction industry in Southern Nevada. And NCA agrees with the board also in support of the bill, the other bill addressing this topic from Senator Danyate. But we also want to thank Senator Flores. This is an important issue that he's trying to fix. We acknowledge that. Unfortunately, we're still here in opposition to the bill.
Okay. Thank you so much. Not seeing anyone else at our physical locations in opposition of Senate Bill 158, we're going to move to the phone lines. Broadcast, is there anyone in opposition of Senate Bill 158?
If you would like to testify in opposition of SB 158, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you so much. And that moves us to neutral on Senate Bill 158. We'll start in our physical locations and then move to the phones.
Good morning, Chair Prezina, Andy Donahue, Labor Employers Cooperation Education Trust. Content to be here in neutral today, largely in recognition of the productive conversations that are continuing to occur. Thank you.
Okay, Las Vegas, please begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Vince Saavedra for the record. Vince, V-I-N-C-E, Saavedra, S-A-A-V-E-D-R-A. I am the Executive Secretary Treasurer to the Southern Nevada Building and Construction Trade Unions. I want to thank Senator Flores for all his hard work. I've heard the opposition. I've heard the support. And honestly, we're going to stay neutral. I've been working with Senator Flores since the interim on this, kind of helping him out. He's been telling me what's been going on. And I just really want to thank him for all his hard work. And at this time, the Southern Nevada Building Trades has opted to take neutral position. I'll close with this. I know that I have a lot of fans in Carson City, and it's becoming a little disgusting that my name keeps coming out of their mouth and how obsessed some of these people are with me. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see anyone else in our physical locations. So we're going to move to the phones. Is there anyone in neutral on Senate Bill 158?
If you would like to testify neutral on SB 158, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hi, this is Katrin Ivanov again. The neutral part of the testimony I wanted to express is that our founding fathers didn't have any licenses for anything. Everything was word of mouth. And I have friends that have been working and helping, and they're very busy because they're very good. And one house owner to another house owner tells them, and that's just the neutral part of my testimony, but I'm officially supporting it. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Chair, you have no more callers neutral at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. With that, we'll invite Senator Flores if he'd like to make any closing comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair, again, and esteemed colleagues. Again, Senator Edgar Flores for the record. I do want to start off by thanking the opposition. We are open to continuing to work with them. There may not be the middle ground that we're hoping to find, but we're going to continue to work on the bill together until hopefully we get it at least to a place that they're a little bit more comfortable with it. I just wanted to very quickly address two issues that were raised. The threshold is at $1,000 now, and they indicated there's over 1,475 instances that were reported to the Contractors Board. The threshold is not what's creating that issue. I think there's other factors that we need to take into consideration, but it's whether it's 1,000 or 5,000 or 3,500. Fortunately, I don't think that's going to address an unlicensed person doing electrical work or plumbing. That's just a separate issue that we need to address, and I am open to working with the contractors in whatever way they think we can help address that. Secondly, by us changing the threshold to 3,500, there is nothing that requires anybody to hire a handyman. They can still go to a licensed contractor should they choose to. That is what they, if I'm going to do pavers or tile work, you can make that decision based on whatever makes the most sense to you. But when it comes to protections to the consumer, I do want to make it clear, when I started my presentation, I indicated that I was trying to hire Luis. Unfortunately, we couldn't do it. I ended up hiring a contractor. It took them 5 months to get out to my property to do the work because it was such a small job for them. They needed to prioritize bigger jobs. It makes sense. It's a logical business move. If you have one job that pays $100K, $50K, $80K, $90K, $30K, and then you have one that pays $11K or $10K, that put me last in line. It took me 5 additional months of waiting, and I spent significantly more amount of money. So my point is, there's also that perspective that I wanted to bring and put on the table. Lastly, Madam Chair, if they may, Jordan wanted to just bring up address the issue pertaining to bad actors regarding what the fee or fine scheme looks like now for those individuals.
Yeah, Tom Solomon for the Institute for Justice. So we appreciate the concerns mentioned, but we want to emphasize that when considering laws like this, it's essential to not penalize good, honest, and hardworking people for the actions of bad actors. As was mentioned, burdensome occupational licensing combined with an unworkably small exemption limit encourages people to work outside of the law just to earn a living or drop out of the industry entirely. So according to the Nevada State Contractors Board's website, it is unlawful for any person or combination of persons to engage in the business or act in the capacity of a contractor within the state of Nevada or submit a bid on a job situated within the state without having an active license. The first offense is a misdemeanor, the second offense is a gross misdemeanor, and the third offense is a Class E felony. Other states, including Utah and Idaho, currently have higher exemption limits than Nevada. So we believe that SB 158 is a very important way to allow more people to work in legitimate businesses, feed their families, and support their communities.
Okay. Thank you so much. With that, we are going to close the hearing on Senate Bill 158, and we are going to open the hearing on Senate Bill 199, which enacts provisions relating to artificial intelligence systems. And I am very excited to welcome Senator Dina Neal over Zoom. And she may begin whenever she's ready.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Chair Pazina, for hearing SB 199. I want to thank the committee. This bill is probably bringing you guys a lot of controversy. However, before I get started, it looks like they're at the table. So I have co-presenters, which is Celine Chang and Karen Wu. They actually are students that worked with their teachers to write Section 26 in SB 199. I know when you guys see Section 26, I'm just trying to put these remarks out there. It's not in blue because legal told me that it's a transitory board that will not exist over the biennium. It will actually cease to exist before the 2 years. So that's why it's not in the blue language, but it is new language. And these two students and their teachers from Clark High School are responsible for that. So with that, I'll start my remarks. I know I'm Senator Dina Neal representing Senate District 4. I know that folks have seen this policy as covering several different areas, but it's on purpose. It is not a bill that is a hodgepodge of issues. It is a bill that I particularly wanted to focus on 6 key public policy pillars. First, knowledge, consent, notice, accountability, consumer protection, and protection of human beings being able to critically think. The bill was created because I read over about a year and a half different cases from my subscriptions with Law 360, Bloomberg Law. I joined a multi-state working group that had 20 states where the legislators sat and talked, examined the pros and cons of AI policy prospectively to try to examine where should we go in the future. And so for some of my opposition that felt that this bill was all over the place, it isn't. It's actually very targeted to key areas that I wanted to examine and pieces that I wanted to develop. So I want to just discuss some controversial pieces, just quickly highlight high level, and then I will turn it over to my co-presenters at the table and Carson. So in section 4, there were questions on where did this definition come from. Number 1, it came from a Colorado bill that passed this summer in 2024. The definition that they use also came from OECD, which is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, that has been developing AI principles and definitions and guidelines since 2019. And it is actually a definition that is used in 44 countries, including the United States. So I wanted to clear that up immediately. In section 13, I know there were questions on broadly, why would she be going after legal software? I'm trying to prevent some level of entrepreneurship. Currently, there are 280 companies that have started developing legal technologies as of 2023. They have raised over $757 million, and they have filed over 1,300 patents for legal machine learning patents. Why it's an issue and why it's something I wanted to cover is because I don't know if you guys are familiar that in 2023, a federal court actually sanctioned 2 attorneys for filing fictitious case law in their legal briefing. They actually had 6 cases that actually did not exist. On top of that, when I read that case, it brought me to the consumer protection concern. And one of the pillars that I wanted to focus on is because if you're a pro se litigant, if you are a consumer and you're buying one of these tools, how do you know that what you have purchased is not only legitimate, is appropriately citing the law, appropriately has correct case law? And so that provision in the bill basically was trying to give that consumer protection that an attorney must accompany the product so it can be reviewed. The other section that I believe probably raised concerns and folks brought up to you was section 16, job loss. We have seen reports that within 5 years, there's going to be a serious shedding of traditional jobs for AI or technology jobs. I've been in the legislature since 2011. When I came in, we were in the recession. We had construction workers out of work. At that time, we were talking about how can we transition to manufacturing to try to keep certain positions alive. At the end of the day, the state is responsible if their citizens are out of work. They're also responsible if those citizens find that they can't pay rent, they're on unemployment. It falls on us. And it's important for us to also know and have knowledge, which is one of my other pillars, to know what is happening so we can be proactive and move in that space to deal with the issues that may be affecting our citizens if there are huge sweeping job losses, where not temporary, but job losses where we have removed folks from an industry and now we need to place them and cross-train them. because we pay for the workforce training in the state of Nevada. Final section that I just want to highlight is section 18, which I know possibly came up because of the law enforcement piece. And I just want to deal with that quickly because I am prohibiting a behavior that I researched and really thought through around report writing of police. Policing is already a sensitive issue no matter where we are. It's sensitive in Nevada. It's sensitive for our citizens. There's only one city right now that is actually doing police reporting with AI, and that is Oklahoma City. When I read the story that came out this summer, I was like, whoa, I really need to deal with this for several reasons, because there are certain guardrails that are associated with police reporting. Number one, the accuracy of the report. Two, that an officer is probably going to have to go in and testify on the report that he wrote in court. Three, whether or not the language that is used in that report is going to be used for the conviction, right? Or for the innocence of a person. And so I wanted to make sure that it was something we were proactively considering, because it is a huge issue on whether or not a person is actually going to be affected negatively, right, by the police reporting that may not have been done by them, but by an AI chatbot. And so those are just some key provisions I wanted to highlight, and then I'll turn it over for my co-presenters at the table, Ms. Chang and Ms. Wu.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee for having us. My name is Celine Chain, a junior at Clark High School.
And my name is Karen Wu. I'm a senior at Clark High School, KARENWU for the record.
We are here to present Section 26 of SB 199, as we've seen firsthand how unregulated AI use is affecting students, teachers, and the learning environment as a whole. AI has become ubiquitous within schools. Just this past Monday, I was sitting in my classroom when my business teacher printed out 5 students' flyers from an assignment we had previously done and stuck them to the wall. The flyers were nearly identical. My teacher brought up how the students had used AI for the assignments. There were clear spelling mistakes. Yet, the 5 students not only used AI for the assignment, but they also chose not to read it in what it had produced, simply turning it in with the spelling mistakes. After the situation, my teacher asked our class, should those students be allowed to redo the assignment, or should it be considered cheating because technically the work wasn't theirs, it was AI? This is the issue that we currently don't have standardized regulations around when this kind of problem arises, raising the question of what kind of circumstances should AI be allowed to use in classrooms.
At our school, we've seen AI become a tool not just to supplement learning, but to fully replace it. I've watched classmates use AI to generate entire essays, bypassing critical thinking and diminishing our creativity. My AP literature teacher was one of the first to embrace AI in his classroom, citing his own use and setting a good example for all of us. But when he discovered that students were submitting completely AI-written essays as their own work instead of following the practices that he allowed, he was devastated because he was a teacher that cared. AI usage doesn't allow for him to properly grade our work and prepare us for the AP exam. And this situation is not unique to our school. We have conducted interviews with 10 teachers across multiple schools and subjects, and while there are dissenting opinions on how AI usage impacts different subjects, we have found a common theme across the board that teachers, many whom are dedicated and passionate about their work, find challenges in maintaining academic integrity while still encouraging innovation within their classrooms. We acknowledge that AI is not going away, but the way we integrate it into education will determine whether it becomes a tool for enrichment or a shortcut that erodes learning.
That's why SB 199, specifically Section 26, is so important to us. This bill directs the Superintendent of Public Instruction to establish the working group on the use of artificial intelligence systems in education during the 2025 to 2026 interim. Specifically, these members will include teachers, administrators, AI experts, a business representative, a student, and other stakeholders. And at least half these members will be licensed teachers with AI knowledge. The working group will assess the current and future use of AI in education, including costs, ownership, licensing, data privacy, and teacher involvement. It will also help us develop guidance on safe AI usage, covering academic integrity, acceptable use, security, and parental access. And it will also create a model policy for school districts on AI's effective use, addressing equity, professional development, and procurement of AI tools. It will also help us gather input from teachers, students, and families, the ones who are most being affected by this through public meetings. Later on, the findings and recommendations will be submitted to the Legislative Council Bureau by January 1st of 2027. Guidance and documents will be published on the Department of Education's website by January 1st of 2026. The Department of Education will provide administrative support to the working group.
By establishing a working group of teachers, students, administrators, university faculty, and private sector representatives, we can craft a model policy that balances the benefits of AI with the need to preserve authentic learning. We have the opportunity to take initiative now. For the sake of students, educators, and the future workforce that will be shaped by today's learning habits, we ask for your support of SB 199. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chang and Ms. Wu, and it's wonderful to have you up here from Clark High School. Welcome. Senator Neal, is there any further presentation, or are you ready for questions?
We are ready for questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. All right. Committee, do we have any questions? We'll start with Senator Daley.
I'm the only one with questions? No, there's more. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. It was very, very good on some of that. So I just had a couple of technical questions, I think, relatively easy. I like the concept, and hopefully we can come to some meeting of the minds on this going forward. But in Section 9, and I know that's part of the crux on you want AI companies to have protocols against certain things, hate speech and other things. How do you see that line being drawn? And I know it's a big issue nationally on a bunch of different levels versus, free speech on the platform, whether who's responsible, the platform or the people making the posts. And obviously we want to have some guardrails, but how do you see that in the bigger picture of where things are going? Or is it just a hornet's nest that we're going to have to deal with as it comes along?
So, Senator Neal, for the record, I don't think it's a hornet's nest because other states have already tried to tackle the issue around what is in Section 9 around bullying, bias, and discrimination. I think what we know to be true is that there are clear definitions on what we have seen as online bullying, online hate speech, and just making sure that there are policies and procedures that are there. We also saw that some folks rolled it back, or some folks believe that policies got rolled back by Meta around free speech. So there's a difference in free speech and then what is already codified in case law around what is considered hate speech. We already currently have in statute what we consider to be bullying, what we also consider to be cyberbullying. We also know that there is dissemination of misinformation, which could cause a person to misuse data that they may get. And so the idea to place this, right? So there's some movement here in Section 9 and Section 8 where we're trying to get an idea of the compliance with this by putting it under the Consumer Bureau of Protection to try to ID what kind of information are you collecting, Can you tell us these policies and procedures that you currently have in place so at least we know that it exists?
And thank you for that. And like I say, I don't necessarily disagree. I know Congress is having hearings right now over suppression of different points of view, you know, where companies say, hey, you edited this to, especially when it comes to the misinformation part and various things, you know, conservative point of views were stifled versus not. And that's just some of the hearings and stuff that's going on. That's why I say potential hornet's nest there. Second question, if I can, Madam Chair, is in Section 21 and Section 24 about a person's right to, hey, if I'm not going to use AI for whatever it is, if I have a non-AI, I
think that was removed in amendment.
Oh, that's removed completely? In Section 21...
While he's looking at that question, I'd remind all of us as well
Oh,
to
you're
look
looking
at the
at the financial institution? Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Go.
Yeah,
Thank
well,
you,
the
Chair.
part.
I didn't bring.
Go ahead.
So in Section 21, I flexed that language. I'm still working on the amendment. I uploaded it, but I'm still fine-tuning that language. But basically what I was doing with Section 21, I struck out that provision and I was giving the financial institution division the power to regulate as issues come up related to financial data and consumer issues that may come up, because prospectively, right, there's a lot happening and we're not really clear on how the law may change and how it may adjust. So it seemed better to give flexibility to FID versus to prescribe something right now. And then also when I spoke with the Banking Association and their lobbyists, they were saying, well, currently, you know, they're heavily regulated around financial data right now. And so, and I posed the question, well, what if something changes? Because literally everything is changing every day, statutorily, federally. And so that's why we agreed that there would be some flexibility for FID to then create reg as needed.
Well, thank you. My point on that, and I don't know if you can address it in your amendment or not, on that, where they were given the choice, AI or non-AI. So a lot of times they're going to present it and say, hey, we have this under AI, it's going to be faster and easier for us. We have the non-AI way, but we're going to charge you more if you go that route. I didn't think that would be the way. So if they offer it, there shouldn't be an extra charge for not using AI is all. That was it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, if you have language, Senator Daley, I'm in the amendment process.
Thank you so much. And I also forgot to share with the committee, we do have an amendment on our table, a number of amendments for Senate Bill 199. So make sure that you check that out. I believe Senator Steinbeck, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senator Neal, it's awesome to see you back. First of all, I'd like to just ask you about one section. It's my understanding that apartment operations utilize AI software to assist with filling apartments. It helps them with the market analysis and may help actually to help lower some housing costs. Do you believe Section 20 could have a negative impact on our housing market?
So thank you for the question, Senator Steinbeck. Hopefully I'm not coming off like super loud on Zoom. But this provision in Section 20 actually has a very significant background. So there was an issue of price fixing of rent in North Carolina, and the North Carolina Attorney General sued 6 companies for colluding to raise rent instead of competing in the fair market using AI tools. These 6 owners actually own more than 70,000 units. And what they did was use RealPage, and they exploited landlord sensitive information to create a price fixing algorithm or a pricing algorithm that violated antitrust laws. So what Section 20 is doing is I am attempting to try to prevent in Nevada that same kind of behavior that happened in North Carolina. It actually happened over this summer. And so it's a pretty serious issue. It's an entirely different thing if you just want to compete in the open market and your price is your price, right? It's a separate thing when you then create a pricing algorithm, which then gathers other landlords' information. And then you set your prices by using that information to outpace the others. That's different.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Flores.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it is great to see you, Senator Neal. I appreciate you tackling such a complex conversation. And the students here that are joining us today, you did an exceptional job. Senator Neal, I wanted to talk a little bit about, for example, Section 13, but it opens up the broader conversation. I appreciate you on the front end saying AI technology has to be more responsible, but at the end of the day, what we're trying to do here is find that middle ground where we as the individuals using AI also are on the hook, right? In no way through, for example, Section 13, are we getting, for example, attorneys off the hook when they're using AI and they didn't do their cross-references, they didn't make sure that they're using the most up-to-date case law, et cetera, et cetera. I want to just make it clear that we're trying to strike that balance, that AI is being responsible on the software development side, and then on the other side of it, consumers in different industries and agencies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, we're also being responsible and held accountable in how we use AI.
Senator Neal, for the record, thank you for the question. I am trying to strike a balance. I'm more so focused on this Section 13 and trying to protect pro se litigants who might be sold the legal software, right? I think there's two parts to your question. An attorney is trained, right? They've gone to law school, they've passed the bar, they have gone through the actual training to, number one, to identify. They also have taken an oath, yeah? A pro se litigant who is seeking to go out and help themselves because they don't have any money is more at risk of using this tool because they can't afford an attorney. What I don't want to happen is for them to go into a court with a legal document that is invalid, case law that is not real, and then present that in court, and then they're back to square one. If any of you guys have seen, or if maybe I'm the only special person who spends time watching the YouTube commercials that say, we can sell you the legal AI software to help you get your either personal injury case or some other case that you've been involved in, and it will write the legal document for you. Wonderful, right? I'm not trying to prevent the tech. What I'm trying to have Nevada engage in is how do we protect our Nevada citizens from illegal activity where they are then being a victim of the software. Basically, all that section does was if you're going to sell it with an attorney. Sell that as part of a companion. So it then becomes a product and a service that you would give to a pro se litigant. So we at least have some kind of check in place to make sure that someone else other than a regular citizen who is coming from a poor community doesn't know how to review the language.
Thank you for
That's
that.
it.
And Madam Chair, if I could have a quick follow-up, and I really appreciate that. And I ultimately, I think the idea of AI is to make everybody's life easier, give everybody more access to XYZ, and then we realize that it's making things sometimes more complicated and more difficult. The only thing I would ask for us to maybe consider in this section is that we make it jurisdiction specific so that we have a licensed attorney when you're working on Nevada law is an individual from Nevada. If it's you're doing some work in New York, I just, if we're going to allow AI to be giving us legal advice for pro se litigants, then and if that's the route we're going to move, because once we open the door, we're opening the door. I just want to make sure that if that's the way we're moving,
then that we make sure that we have a supervising attorney that knows that area of the law. Because the moment we say this, if a software developer has to have an attorney review the document, there is no mechanism where a pro se litigant won't say, I am getting legal advice from a lawyer. So I just think if we open that door, and I also think we're going to push folk that want to get the cheap route in that direction. We see it all the time with the unauthorized practice of law. I've kind of spent the last 10 years in this building going after notarios, right? And the reason we often do that is just because it's a cheaper route. I just want to be really careful, and we can talk more offline because this is just one little section and there's a lot going on. But I think if we're going to open that door and we're going to tell folk, yes, you're getting software that's been reviewed by an attorney, they're going to be convinced that this is a valid legal document. It's solid. I'm getting legal advice.
So, Chair Pazina, can I just quickly respond?
Of course.
Senator Flores, I think while you think through this, I think one thing you need to consider, though, in Nevada, when you say that it must be a Nevada licensed attorney, is that currently, right, we have marketplace facilitator language in Nevada, which allows individuals to sell into Nevada and allows us to sell out, right? So there are no borders anymore on products. And so there's a very careful line that we must travel when we start to prevent a certain product and say, well, it has to be a Nevada-based attorney that is associated with your product that you're selling to a citizen in Nevada. And there's some sub issues that are then created from that. And so while we engage on that idea, I think those are things to consider and how we are open border in terms of how we sell and distribute material.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from the committee? Okay. With that, thank you so much. We're going to have Ms. Chang and Ms. Wu step back from the table, and we thank all of you so much, and especially, I feel so proud seeing the future, and hopefully you'll be standing behind this dais one day too. You did such a beautiful job. So thank you so much to all three of you for presenting, and we are going to open it up for testimony in support of Senate Bill 199. Anyone who'd like to come up in our physical locations, we'll welcome, and then we'll move after that to our phone line. So anyone in support, please approach the tables. Okay. Broadcast, we're going to go to the phones and see if anyone would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 199.
If you would like to testify in support of SB 199, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers wishing to testify in support at this time.
Thank you so much to our broadcast team. And with that, we will move to testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 199. We'll start in our physical locations, and then we will move to the phones. We'll start in Carson City.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our students for their presentation today on SB 199 and Section 26. I am Brian Wallace, a computer science teacher here in Carson City and Vice President of the Nevada State Education Association. Nevada State Education Association has been the voice for our Nevada educators for over 125 years in all 17 counties. NSCA seeks an amendment to SB 199 to delete Section 19 of the bill, which prohibits teachers from using artificial intelligence to develop lesson plans. We are in support of the creation of the working group under Section 26 to take a look at the appropriate uses of artificial intelligence in education. Currently, I teach 2 subjects that no one else within my school district teaches. One of them specifically is extremely difficult due to the concepts within the lessons and the standards. Due to that, I have been relying on AI to help guide me through developing lessons for my students. By using AI, I am able to better personalize learning, suggesting differentiated instruction in those strategies, It's able to recommend modifications for students with different learning styles or needs, help me generate those quizzes, questions, flashcards, and interactive exercises to help reinforce the learning, and with the scheduling of the lessons and aligning the curriculum and the standards. As was pointed out by our wonderful students, I do actually proofread, edit, review all the material that's generated with AI before I would ever go before my students, my parents, my principal, and my school district. NSA asked for this amendment to the bill, and we look forward to continuing in all the discussions around the appropriate uses of artificial intelligence within our schools. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Pazina and committee members. Douglas County Recorder Shawneen Guerin. I am here today testifying individually and on behalf of the Recorders Association of Nevada. We appreciate Senator Neal's intent of this bill and share her concern as it relates to document fraud in real estate. Recorders proudly offer property recording alerts to property owners across most of the state to ensure proactive monitoring of recordings, and private sector business exists to extend additional layers of protection and coverage to property owners. The ambiguity in Section 17 of this bill makes it unclear if the language suggests that recorders must now verify the identity of each submitter, detect the use of AI, or both. Both of these situations alter the role of the recorder, as our current role and authority is limited to recording official records and making those records accessible for public inspection. This language potentially subjects homeowners, title companies, law firms, and other submitters to up to 17 differing procedures across counties and significant delays in recording time, consequentially leading to financial losses and hardships for property owners and prospective buyers alike. The concern should not be with the technology, but with the act of committing fraud. Recorders remain open and collaborative to alternative solutions that promote secure real estate transactions. However, the Recorders Association of Nevada respectfully opposes this bill as it pertains to Section 17. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Bazina, members of the committee. For the record, my name is William Horn with Western Public Affairs, representing TechNet, a national and bipartisan network of technology CEOs and senior executives that promote the growth of innovation, the innovation economy. I first want to say it was good to see my friend Senator Neal doing well and looking well, and I wish her further recovery as she moves through her recovery. Unfortunately, today we have to oppose Senate Bill 199. While we support responsible AI, the bill's sweeping definition of an artificial intelligence company would impose extensive registration and mandatory self-assessments on nearly any entity using AI, whether it's telemedicine, providers scheduling appointments, a small retailer tracking inventory, a hospitality group using AI to assist with room booking. This approach mirrors issues Colorado faced with a similar AI bill, prompting their governor to warn of stifling innovation, and Virginia's governor vetoing a similar measure for the same reasons. Senate Bill 199's ambiguous terms like bias and misinformation pose liability risk, and forcing employers to report AI-related job losses is subjective. In short, we believe this measure would harm startups, established businesses, and Nevada's reputation as a tech-friendly state. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to oppose Senate Bill 199. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Pazina and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Nick Schneider, Director of Government Affairs for the Vegas Chamber. Would like to echo the comments of my colleagues who have testified before me. We're also in opposition to SB 199, and just wanted to add that in our view, we have concerns about the definition in Section 4 being a bit too broad, and we have concerns that this could capture some more rudimentary functions of a lot of computer systems. Further, in Section 11, we have concerns with what would constitute a single violation, especially just given the provisions and definitions in other sections, as well as just the nature of user-generated content. In Section 13, we do have concerns just with this placing the burden entirely on the software provider, where we think there should be some onus for ensuring attorney reviews of documents be on the end user or the consumer of these legal services. In Section 14, we would also prefer to see an opt-out clause rather than the opt-in that's given. Ultimately, as a state, we should be looking at attracting AI businesses to diversify our economy and make sure that we stay at the forefront of technological advancement. And this legislation, unfortunately, as written, would eliminate a lot of the competitive advantages we could provide. We understand the intention of this bill and believe that this could be better achieved by incentivizing the commitment to ethical behavior by AI companies instead of this broad approach to regulation. Thank you so much.
Wiz Razar, W-I-Z-R-O-U-Z-A-R-D, Deputy State Director with Americans for Prosperity. I do want to also start by saying it's great to see Senator Neal. Hope everything is going well. Miss your leadership in the building, but good to see you still fighting the good fight. On behalf of Americans for Prosperity and our numerous activists across the state of Nevada, we ask you to oppose SB 199, which seeks to radically regulate the use of artificial intelligence in the state. The legislation represents one of the most sweeping proposals to regulate artificial intelligence, surpassing even some burdensome proposals in states like you heard earlier, Colorado and Virginia, where even Governor Jared Polis, even though he did sign that bill, he did sign it with some serious reservations and put some parameters to revisit it after 21 months. This legislation seeks to create a centralized regulator for this emerging technology, something that is completely unwarranted. Existing rules that are enforced by existing regulators are more than satisfactory to handle potential harms from AI. Furthermore, the legislation seeks to demand that any company that develops an AI model, regardless of its intended use, must obtain a license from the state. For example, one of the requirements of the legislation would be for companies that leverage AI systems to generate legal documents must ensure that those documents are produced, are reviewed by licensed attorneys before it's provided to customers, as we've heard from some of the Senate committee members here. But this provision reeks of blatant protectionism, essentially telling firms not to bother using technology to provide more affordable services to people in Nevada, forcing them to pay for money for a lawyer. This legislation is fundamentally against any reasonable or responsible conversation around what, if any, new regulations around AI may be needed. AI has the ability to drastically improve the lives of people in the state, and legislation like this intentionally will harm the state, needlessly, and I'll repeat, needlessly drive economic opportunities and investments away from the state towards the neighboring states like Arizona and Utah, where they're flourishing. So we really ask that you oppose SB 199. We're willing to work with Senator Neal to implement alternative frameworks that will be more welcoming, not more restrictive. So thank you, Chair Pezzina and committee members.
Thank you. We are asking that everyone try to keep your comments to 2 minutes, and there's me too, ditto, if someone's repeating comments, just because we do still have another bill hearing. And we also are going to take 2 more in Carson City. We'll continue to take in Carson City, but we are going to move to Las Vegas after that, and then we'll come back to Carson City.
All right, good morning again. Eddie Diaz, Strategic Director with the Libre Initiative, EDDIE-DIAZ. On behalf of the Libre Initiative, I'm here to express our opposition to Senate Bill 199, which seeks to regulate artificial intelligence systems in Nevada. While the bill aims to address important issues, I'm concerned about its potential unintended consequences, particularly for the Latino community in our state. The Latino community in Nevada has seen significant growth in entrepreneurship, with many individuals establishing small businesses that rely on emerging technologies, including AI, to remain competitive. The harsh registration and compliance requirement proposed in SB 199 could impose substantial financial and administrative burdens on these small enterprises. This may hold back Latino entrepreneurs from adopting innovative AI solutions, thereby hindering their business growth and increasing existing economic disparities. Furthermore, the bill mandates that AI companies develop and maintain comprehensive policies, conduct semi-annual self-assessments, and submit findings to regulatory authorities. While well-intended, these obligations could disproportionately impact small businesses that lack the resources that meet such demands, potentially leading to reduced competitiveness and innovation within the Latino business community. In light of these concerns, I urge the committee to reconsider the provisions of SB 199 and explore alternative approaches that balance the need for AI regulation with the economic realities faced by Nevada's Latino entrepreneurs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Mike Cathcart, representing the City of Henderson. I've also been asked to put the Urban Consortium on the record, which is the cities of Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Reno, Sparks, and Henderson. We are in opposition to SB 199 and specifically Section 18 on police reporting. We believe that a full prohibition is not appropriate and would possibly have unknown impacts in the future. But I also want to thank Senator Neal for taking time out of her day yesterday to listen to our concerns. But we are opposed to the bill as written. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go down and get our very patient testifier in Las Vegas.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Heather Brown, that's BROWN, and I serve as the Senior Vice President for the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance. I'm here today to express our strong opposition for SB 199 because of the risk it poses to innovation, economic growth, and the Nevada's long-term competitiveness. As currently written, SB 199 could create serious unintended consequences for our state's growing tech ecosystem. In my role supporting entrepreneurs and startups across Nevada, I've seen how emerging technologies, especially artificial intelligence, are helping our small businesses scale, create high-quality jobs, and drive our economy forward. AI is not a threat, it's a tool. Nevada startups are using it to compete with national players, streamline operations, and unlock new markets. Overregulating this space at a state level could stall that momentum. It would shift focus from innovation to compliance, discourage investment, and risk driving our most promising companies to relocate to more innovation-friendly states. If we want Nevada to be a leader in technology and entrepreneurship, we need to support responsible innovation, not restrict it. A federal framework is the right approach. It offers consistency, safeguards, and clarity without stifling the progress that's already underway here. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the committee to oppose SB 199. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. And we will come back to Carson City. And Mr. Wachter, I believe you're next.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Senate Committee on Commerce and Labor, Brian Wachter, Senior Vice President of the Retail Association of Nevada. You have been at this for quite a while this morning, so I won't repeat what is said. I do think, though, it is worth noting some of the practical applications on what this is going to mean. It's unlikely that national, international AI companies are going to change models or, comply with this. And so what's more likely is that Nevada residents are not going to have the tools and the resources that other people in other states have to be able to operate. It's just simply going to be Nevada's going to be blacked out from those. We do have concerns on the definition. And then Mrs. Wachter, who is a math teacher, asked me to remind us all that when we grew up, we were told we weren't going to have calculators in our pockets forever. And she, as a math teacher, has had to figure out how to, evolve and learn and figure out how to do that, teach math with all of these tools. And this is something that we should be able to do as adults in this space as well. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Robert Singleton. I'm the Senior Director of Policy and Public Affairs for Chamber of Progress. We are a tech industry association supporting public policies to build a more inclusive society in which all people benefit from technological advancements. I'm here today in respectful opposition to SB 199, which would stifle innovation in Nevada and make some online products unusable. So AI tools are currently revolutionizing healthcare, democratizing access to education, and making creative pursuits easier than ever. As other states race to make themselves AI capitals, SB 199 imposes a Nevada-specific burden on artificial intelligence companies that is anti-consumer and anti-innovation. An AI licensing board, or bureau, is destined to tie up innovation and red tape. Not only would it serve as a bureaucratic gatekeeper to the economic benefits of AI, the portent of open-ended future regulation in Section 9 will likely result in AI companies simply not offering their products in Nevada, a loss for all residents, but most of all for those who would otherwise benefit the most from these latest advancements in AI technology, like students, creative professionals, and small business owners. Section 9 is well-intentioned but unworkable. It requires AI companies to develop, implement, and maintain policies, procedures, and protocols against the existence of bias in performance of artificial intelligence systems. The bias has many definitions and is a vague wording that invites the Bureau to regulate any and everything it deems as bias. To the extent that sponsors are concerned with addressing discriminatory practices in housing, lending, employment, etc., a laudable concern, existing Nevada statute already addresses all those ills. If the legislature finds the existing law has an AI loophole, that can be filled by amending existing sector-specific statutes. So a better approach overall would be to focus on one of the more narrowly tailored issue areas that rightfully deserve additional consideration, like content provenance, dynamic pricing, or even risk mitigation measures. But as of right now, this bill attempts to do too much with limited clarity, and so we believe it will harm consumers and innovators alike. So for these reasons, we respectfully oppose. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. Brian Reeder speaking on behalf of the Nevada Credit Union League. First, we want to thank Senator Neal for reaching out to us and providing us details about her bill. NCOL is opposed. Our credit unions use AI to look deeper into a member's credit risk profile, and usually allows us to get more creative and offer more loan products to members who otherwise may not qualify. So we feel like AI is a useful tool. We have seen the amendment, but are still reviewing the amendment related to Section 21 on financial institutions, and we look forward to working with the sponsor, Senator Neal, on our issues. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Puena, last name Puaina. I'm a public school teacher from Henderson. Nice to meet you, Senator. Just so you know that we do use, as teachers, we're so overworked, and it does really help. I totally get it. I see students always trying to find an easy way to get around it. But there is a way to get around it. As teachers, we know we still proofread. And when I have students do their work, they handwrite in our classroom still. But it does really help us a lot come up with agendas, with our lesson plans, with some short reads. So if you limit it, it really takes away from, like, we are overburdened. So, but I oppose it. Just there should be some kind of regulation, but if it's overreaching, we really do depend on some sort of AI. So thank you.
Good morning, Chair Pazina, Senate Committee on Commerce and Labor. My name is Chris Reese. It's R-I-E-S. I represent the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Just for brevity, I'll just echo the comments opposing Section 18 that would prohibit the responsible use of AI by peace officers. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Pazina. Jason Walker, Jasonwalker, representing the Washington County Sheriff's Office. I echo the comments from Detective Reese, and I feel that there are many advantageous uses for AI in the law enforcement profession. Thank you.
Chair Pazina and members of Senate Commerce and Labor, my name is Aidan Downey, representing the Computer and Communications Industry Association. To save some time, I'll submit my written comments this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. It looks like we have no one else in our physical locations who'd like to testify at the moment in opposition of Senate Bill 199. So we are going to move to the phone lines. Broadcast. Please have anyone who'd like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 199.
If you would like to testify in opposition of SB 199, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good morning, everyone. Cyrus, Hojjaty. I will stand in opposition. I will ditto the previous comments. Please help make our state business friendly. Yield my time.
Hi, this is Katrin Ivanov, and I wanted to say good work, Americans for Prosperity. You're betting 2 of 2 this time today, and you are definitely standing by your name. And I wanted to express a position for the bill. My main reason is I'm not very savvy with computers and electronics, but what worries me when I heard about this bill, the intentions are good. I like that we're talking about it, but in my opinion, most of the legislators know very, very little about AI, and I'm scared that they're going to pass bills that they're going to bring a lot of negative consequences, as many people said before me that know a little bit more about those things. And yes, we should pass some regulations, but we shouldn't. I felt a little better when I heard high school was involved, but they were involved just in one thing of the bill. I apologize, I'm a little sick. I would feel better if you had more experts involved in writing of the bill that actually know about AI, because honestly, I don't trust that you know enough to either pass bills like that. So I hope and I encourage you to vote no until you get better written bill. And I applaud the intent behind the bill, but by the looks of it, it doesn't sound very well written. Thank you very much and have a lovely day.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Emily Osterberg. I'm with the Henderson Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here representing our over 2,000 members, the majority of whom are small businesses, to express our opposition to SB 199. While we acknowledge the need for responsible AI guardrails, this legislation would impose excessive restrictions that could hinder technological advancements, economic growth, and consumer access to innovative services. So for these reasons, we are opposed to SB 199. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Jason Woodard with the Nevada Sheriffs and Chiefs Association. We are in opposition of this bill for the issues related to the limitations on law enforcement for the utilization of AI. We believe that the language, like other agencies, is too limiting, and for the purposes of time, I'll refrain from any further comment. Thank you for consideration.
Hello, my name is Christian Rataj. Last name is spelled R-A-T-A-J. I'm with the National Association of Mutual Insurance Companies. We're a national trade whose members write property, casualty, workers' comp, commercial liability in the state, and they write about 1/3 of the business. We're opposed to the legislation for three reasons. First of all, it's overly broad in regard to the consent provision. Section 21 is problematic in that it requires financial institutions to obtain consumer consent in order to train AI systems with information. This language is very restrictive. Depending upon how financial institutions are defined, that may include insurers. And for pricing and underwriting models, this information is very important and it's de-identified, so there's already protection for consumers. This provision would add unnecessary expense for insurers and their policyholders and make it harder for insurers to address the needs of consumers who need homeowners insurance, auto insurance, and other forms of insurance. It would also slant the data that goes into these predictive models by underrepresenting the information that Nevada consumers would provide to these modelers. We're also concerned that it could impact how claims are handled. Insurance fraud is a big concern, and we don't want to have something that would create a opportunity for fraud. Clearly, anyone wanting to commit fraud would opt out and not provide their consent. Our second concern is that we think the AIS is unreasonably broad. It should be restricted to self-updating and self-learning. Otherwise, fixed formula rating models would also be within the scope of the law. And finally, the bill imposes contractual duties on businesses and insurers that they cannot legally enforce on third-party vendors. Section 25 requires that insurers impose specific contractual provisions. That's not something we can do unless there's statutory or regulatory law specifically on point. Insurers don't have the right to force a provision onto a vendor who's providing predictive models or any other type of service that helps insurers provide evaluation for rating and underwriting. So what we would request is that insurers be expressly excluded from the scope of the bill, or in the alternative, if that's not something the bill sponsor wants to do, it could easily have a provision that says that insurers must comply with the NEIC, which is the National Association of Insurance Commissioners bulletin on point. Or
sir, we're well
yet,
over 2 minutes, so if you want to close out your comments and provide the rest to our secretary, we'd be happy to receive those in writing. So if you want to close up for us.
Yep, just closing. So the two things I'd ask is that we be exempted, or that it state that we just have to comply with the insurance code, which is regulated by the Department of Insurance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Broadcast, do we have anyone else on the phone lines in opposition of Senate Bill 199?
Chair, you have no more callers in opposition at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. We are going to open up to testimony in neutral on Senate Bill 199.
Hello, my name is Al Rojas. I'm in Assembly District 12. I just want to say that I'm neutral on this, but I want to tell you that AI is a fantastic tool for research. I use it all the time. As a matter of fact, here in the state of Nevada, we have some hot issues regarding transportation and education. As you know, our insurance rates are probably the highest, or our cost for owning a vehicle are the highest in the nation in the county of Nevada. And I look forward to sending you some testimonies with the help of some AI research and some links. And you can see how it can be very productive in getting your point across without making it look like you're making things up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Pazina, committee members, Misty Grimmer, GRIMMER, representing the Nevada Resort Association. First of all, it's fantastic to see Senator Neal back in the saddle. We have been working closely with her on this bill all the way back into the summer when she hosted several stakeholder meetings. And we are continuing to work with her on language on a daily basis. It sounds like there's still a lot of work to be done on this bill, and we look forward to being a part of those conversations, but definitely appreciate the changes that she has already made. Thank you so much.
Chair Pazina and Committee, Shelley Capurro for the record with the Nevada Association of Health Plans. And we'd like to thank Senator Neal for the conversations we've had over the last several days. And we look forward to continuing those conversations with her, specifically on Section 9. And most importantly, we really enjoyed seeing her back today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Adam Plain, PLAIN, Insurance Regulation Liaison with the Nevada Division of Insurance. I just wanted to say that in February of 2024, the division issued Bulletin 24-001, adopting and publishing the National Association of Insurance Commissioners Model Bulletin on AI and AI systems use by insurance companies, made Nevada one of the first in the nation to do so. We've reviewed Senate Bill 199, had a chance to speak with Senator Neal in the interim, and we view sections 24 and 25 dealing specifically with application of AI to insurers as being dovetailing with our bulletin and not being in conflict. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. And with that, we are going to go back to the phones. Broadcast, is there anyone in neutral on Senate Bill 199?
If you would like to testify neutral on SB 199, please press star 9 now. Chair, you have no callers neutral at this time.
Thank you so much. We would welcome Senator Neal back via Zoom if she would like to make any closing statements on Senate Bill 199.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make some closing comments. I respect my opposition, but the unfettered movement of AI without guardrails is not the intent and not the direction in which I seek to move. The values that I'm specifically going after, which were not addressed at any point, is that as constituents in Nevada, we should know how our data is being used within an AI system. We should be able to consent to when and how our information is used in an AI system. We should get notice about how our information is used in an AI system. There should be some accountability, and we also should be focused on consumer protection. There are areas, particularly in this bill, where I have targeted those areas that I believe open up doors that can cause harm and that are needed for us to actually have a conversation. If we examine these issues in regards to if it was human-to-human contact, would we want those same protections? And I find it interesting that when it comes to human-to-AI protection, we say not in these areas or not at all. But we have protections in law that protects consent when someone gets private information about us, when they're able to take any information that we search and then use it to train their AI model. And so I think that we need to consider what are the protections that we would want if it was human to human, which we currently have protections, but we don't have protections when it's human to AI. And there are clear spaces where we need to regulate behavior. We need to regulate these companies, and it will not kill innovation. It will not kill the ability for an entrepreneur to come up with the next new AI model. But what it will do is make sure that Nevada citizens who are not these corporations are protected in certain spaces. And so I appreciate you giving this hearing. Opposition is awesome. I love it. And I will always continue to fight for exactly what I believe in and then move forward. So thank you for the hearing.
Thank you so much, Senator Neal. It is so good to see you. And thank you again for the bill presentation. Thank you to Ms. Chang and Ms. Wu, who did just a phenomenal job representing Clark High School and the next generation of students who we hope to see sitting behind this dais. And I encourage those who came up in opposition today to continue to reach out to the senator and see what we can do before the deadline. So with that, we thank you so much, and we'll close the hearing on Senate Bill 199. And we are going to take a very brief, and I cannot emphasize this enough, a very brief 2-minute recess before coming back here for our final bill hearing of the day, Senate Bill 294. We are back in order in Senate Commerce and Labor. Thank you so much. And we will invite Senator Flores to open the hearing on Senate Bill 294, which revises provisions relating to physician assistants. And Senator Flores and any of his co-presenters may begin when they are ready. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues. Senator Edgar Flores for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to present my second bill today, Senate Bill 294. By way of introduction, I am just going to make a very brief introductory remark. I will then hand it over to the experts in the room. But I did want to make sure that all the members were working off of the amendment. So I want to make sure that you have a copy of that, and those of you joining us in the room, that you also work off of the amendment. Before I get into the remarks, I did want to say, Madam Chair, that this amendment is the byproduct of working with the opposition, hearing concerns. I think we casted a much larger net than we initially intended, and we have been trying to work with everybody, and we will continue to work with everybody after the conclusion of this hearing, and that's my commitment to you, Madam Chair. With that, I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 294. Which takes an important step toward recognizing and modernizing the role of physician assistants in Nevada's healthcare system. The bill reflects the evolving nature of medical care and acknowledges the critical contributions PAs make every day to deliver high-quality, team-based care across our state. The legislation aims to foster stronger collaboration between PAs and physicians, ultimately improving patient outcomes and expanding access to care, especially in underserved communities. To walk you through the intent of the bill and the practical ways this bill will change and benefit patients, I'm pleased to introduce Brian Loff, Dominique Katona, and Dr. Baker, all who are experts and can provide a much more detailed section by section and an explanation of the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Pazina, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Brian Loff, L-A-U-F, and I'm here today as an associate professor in the Department of Family and Community Medicine and the founding program director at the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine PA program. I also serve as president of the Nevada Academy of PAs. I've been a PA in Nevada for over 27 years, and in that time, I've seen just how much our healthcare system depends on the flexibility, teamwork, and shared responsibility. Senate Bill 294 is about ensuring our laws reflect that reality. Before diving into the bill, I think it's important to take a moment and highlight what it takes to become a PA. Admission into the PA program, like ours, is extremely competitive. Acceptance rates are often below 2%. Most applicants arrive with more than 6,000 hours of paid, direct hands-on healthcare experience. The average age of our student is 28, meaning they bring both academic readiness and real-world clinical experience to their training. Once admitted, they undergo an intensive graduate-level curriculum with 123 credit hours and more than 2,000 hours of clinical rotations across a wide range of medical and surgical specialties. To be licensed, graduates must pass the National Board Certification exam called the PANCE, and our commitment to competence and learning doesn't stop there. PAs are required to complete continuing medical education and pass a National Recertification Board exam every 10 years. This is a rigorous, continuous process designed to uphold safety, professional accountability, and lifelong learning. Now let's talk about what SB 294 actually does. First, I want to acknowledge the conceptual amendment that has been proposed. It streamlines the bill by trimming repetitive conforming language, but it does not change the core provisions. The heart of this bill lies in sections 4, 7, 15, and 18, and that's what I'd like to discuss and focus on. At its core, it modernizes PA practice in Nevada. Currently, PAs are required to have a formal, notarized supervisory agreement with a physician, even if that physician and PA don't work together in the same location or even on a daily basis. This creates the illusion of direct oversight that doesn't reflect how care is actually delivered. In real-world practice, PAs and physicians collaborate, consulting one another as needed, just like physicians do with their peers. SB 294 transitions us from the outdated supervisory model to a collaborative model, where the working relationship is defined at the practice level, not in statute. That's how modern team-based care functions today. And this isn't a theoretical issue. Many well-respected healthcare systems, including the VA system, the Indian Health Service, the military, and multiple states already allow PAs to practice without the kind of supervisory structure Nevada currently requires. You may ask about the outcomes in those systems. It's high-quality care, strong patient satisfaction, and improved access. Just as important, our licensing board holds all healthcare providers, including PAs, to the same legal and professional standards. And Madam Chair, with your permission, I'd like to quickly walk through the sections that I spoke about. So Section 4 defines the setting where PAs can practice: hospitals, clinics, federally qualified health centers, correctional institutions, public health departments, and other licensed facilities. This language was added specifically to address concerns that this bill may allow PAs to open solo practices indiscriminately. It also requires a collaborative agreement for PAs with fewer than 4,000 hours of clinical experience and allows for one if a PA is changing specialties. Over the 4,000-hour threshold, PAs would continue to collaborate, but no longer need a formal agreement on file with the board. That said, individual facilities can and still will require collaboration through employment contracts, credentialing, and privileging processes. This approach is safe, structured, and realistic. Section 7 outlines the services PAs already trained to do and are licensed to provide: evaluating patients, diagnosing, prescribing, and managing treatment. And critically, this section does not expand the PA scope of practice, and I think that's an important part. It simply puts into statute what PAs do under current regulations. It also reinforces the requirement for informed consent and emphasizes consultation and referral when appropriate. This is about patient-centered, accountable care. Sections 15 and 18 essentially mirror those same provisions for the PAs licensed through the Osteopathic Board, ensuring regulatory consistency across both pathways. Collaboration, not isolation. To be very clear, this bill does not mean PAs will practice in isolation. Collaboration is central to PA practice, and that's not changing. What SB 294 changes is how that collaboration is structured, putting into the hands of the care team, not tied to a rigid statute from decades ago. PAs and physicians will continue to work closely together as they always have. What SB 294 does is reduce bureaucracy, and it also protects physicians by removing automatic liability for PA decisions, placing that responsibility where it belongs, on the PA. There's broad support. We've heard some concerns from a small number of physicians, but the reality is most physicians do not oppose this bill, and in fact, many support it. Dr. Baker will testify today, can speak more directly to that, and there are letters of support, I'm sure, in Nellis from physicians and organizations who believe this is a safe, responsible, and necessary change for Nevada. So what's the bottom line? SB 294 is a smart, measured modernization. It removes outdated barriers, expands access to care, especially in the rural and underserved areas, and allows PAs to practice to the full extent of their training. And it does all of that without compromising safety, accountability, or quality. Thank you for your time today, and for your ongoing commitment to improving healthcare access in Nevada. And I'd be happy to answer any questions at the end of this presentation.
Thank you, Brian. Good morning, Madam Chair and distinguished committee members. And thank you, Senator Flores, for sponsoring this bill. My name is Dominique Katona, Katona, and I stand before you today in strong support of this bill, SB 294. As a physician assistant, or PA, practicing primary care in Nevada for nearly a decade, I have seen how regulatory barriers limit access to quality health care. Nevada's healthcare system is in crisis, requiring immediate action and attention. Our state's national health ranking has recently dropped from 35th to 42nd. This decline is concerning, and we need bold changes to overcome it and rise. Changes that SB 294 will help us achieve. This bill aims to modernize outdated language about the physician-PA relationship. Supervisory agreements are unnecessary, timely, and costly, and do not reflect the collaborative practice relationships between healthcare providers. Changing language, as stated, will break down barriers that interfere with the PA's ability to work at the top of our education, training, and experience. You may refer to any documents that we have that shows comparisons of our education to physicians and nurse practitioners. The outcome of this bill, should you support it, will strengthen Nevada's healthcare workforce, making Nevada a favorable landscape for PA practice. PAs comprise only 10% of Nevada's healthcare workforce, compared to advanced nurse practitioners at 28% and physicians at 61%. Over 40% of Nevada PAs currently work in primary care. And of those, or of all total PAs in Nevada, 7% work in rural and frontier counties, compared to only 4% of nurse practitioners and 4% of physicians that work in those areas. This data proves that PAs are most likely to serve our most vulnerable patient populations. Additionally, national evidence shows that regulatory changes supporting advanced practice providers are associated with increased access to healthcare in rural and underserved areas. Sure, a few physicians have expressed various issues and attempts to restrict PA practice authority. However, despite what you may hear later today, many physicians, as Brian stated, acknowledge that PAs provide quality care. A recent national survey of 999 physicians found that 86% of physicians believe that PAs can help expand access to care. Moreover, 68% of those physicians said they support modernizing PA laws and regulations to ease provider shortages and reduce patient wait times. A Harris Poll survey of more than 2,500 U.S. adults showed that 90% of respondents believe PAs are trusted healthcare providers. Some physicians believe that PAs are trying to uncouple any working relationship with them, which will harm patients. They question our competency due to a lack of a residency training. They believe PAs will start practicing outside of our scope. They call this scope creep. They think this bill will allow PAs to open practices throughout the state. The truth is that most PAs, like physicians, want to do the best for their patients. And like physicians, PAs are held to the same standards of care in a specialty, must conform to the same laws and regulations, and must continue medical training and knowledge. The longer a PA works in their field, alongside physicians and other healthcare providers, the more versatile and proficient they become. The solid medical foundation and clinical experience makes PAs valuable for treating less complex patient cases so that physicians can focus on treating our aging populations with complex medical issues. A physician-led approach to patient care in Nevada is not as it seems in real life. Physicians in primary care are overwhelmed with the number of patients they see and may rarely check in with their PA or PAs outside of the requirements to satisfy the board. PAs often work autonomously, managing a panel of hundreds of patients with all aspects of their care. Usually, the PA's relationships with a myriad of providers across different specialties results in the best patient outcomes. PAs will consult and refer patients to various physicians when necessary and when it is beneficial to the patient. This collaboration provides best patient outcomes. Regarding PAs opening their practice, current state laws permit this and always have. PAs that want to open a practice have done so over the years. And prior to 2022, Medicare allowed PAs to own 99% of a practice. Since then, and now currently, Medicare allows PAs to own 100% of a practice, reflecting an amount of trust and cost savings. Sorry. When you hear physicians say that PAs are not competent enough, educated enough, or smart enough to take care of patients, this may be based on personal experience, not the overall data. There are a certain amount of risks associated with caring for any patients, but there's no data that shows that PAs create more harm to patients than physicians. And in fact, the number of disciplinary actions imposed on PAs by the medical board reflects safe practice. The Nevada Board of Medical Examiners has taken disciplinary actions against 48 PAs and 692 physicians since 1988. This translates to about 1 PA a year and 18 physicians per year that are disciplined through the board. The Nevada Board of Osteopathic Medicine has taken disciplinary actions against 8 PAs and 159 physicians. The value of PAs has been proven time and time again. Nevada must remove restrictive supervisory regulations if we want to get patients the care that they need. This bill, 294, is a step forward toward an efficient, collaborative healthcare environment, and I strongly urge you to support it. Thank you for your time.
My name is Dr. David Baker, B-A-K-E-R. Madam Chair, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present to your committee. I wear 2 hats in this in Carson City. I am a cardiologist. I've been practicing here for about 20 years. I've seen the medical community here in Carson City grow dramatically in the past 20 years. And I've seen the number of PAs as part of that committee just basically explode. My second role in this committee is I'm the Chief Medical Officer for Carson Tahoe Health. I've been in that position for about the past 2.5 years. So I also have an administrative view of PAs in the market. I'll keep the comments relatively brief, but from a clinical standpoint, physician assistants and APCs in general are a huge part of what we do clinically. They are well-trained, very well-educated providers, medical providers. I am not going to belittle physicians at all. I mean, I am one myself. I went through medical school and 6 years of training to do what I do. I understand that I am better trained than APCs, and I have a role and a responsibility that comes with that training. When APCs come to us, PAs come to us, you know that you have a better level of training than them. You work with them in a collaborative manner, okay, which is huge. So you take somebody who has very good skills, very good training, and you shape them according to what we have learned as physicians. Within Carson Tahoe Health, as a facility, we are judged on how many people come back to our hospitals after being discharged for COPD and heart failure. Several years ago, it was pretty high. Myself and a physician assistant who will present later came up with a congestive heart failure clinic through Carson Tahoe. We also have a COPD clinic through Carson Tahoe. hugely successful clinics that have kept people out of the hospital. These are our sickest patients at their sickest time. And we have clinics that are run by PAs, okay? They are officially run by physician assistants in a collaborative model with cardiologists and other providers, and has dramatically decreased readmission rates to Carson Tahoe below national averages. When employed appropriately, PAs can be a huge part of the healthcare system. The second comment, more from an administrative standpoint, is recruitment and retention. Physicians, if we had physicians dripping into Nevada left and right, it would be a different story, right? We rank near the bottom, if not the bottom, for physicians in this state. We simply could not do what we do in this community without APCs and physician assistants. Carson Tahoe Medical Group, when I joined in 2010, had, I think it was about 10 of us, a bunch of cardiologists and some internists. That has grown to about 120 providers now. About half of those are APCs, physicians assistants, and nurse practitioners. They are throughout our organization in primary care, in our surgical specialties, in our medical specialties. They work hand in hand with collaborative physicians, and again, allow us to provide healthcare to this community that we could not do otherwise. Last comment, the supervision part of PAs is, I think, punitive to the PAs and truly to the physicians that are having to supervise them. I have 5 on my license. I have to review 10 or 12 charts a month and spend time collaborating with them on given patient care issues. It is nothing compared to what happens when you work with a PA. When you're side by side with a PA, I work with PAs that are ER providers, hospitalists, surgical providers, cardiology providers. When you have that one-on-one interaction in a collaborative system, the care is phenomenal, and you can really help to shape and grow those PAs into fantastic providers. A lot of the concern is that PAs will go out and, again, form their own clinics and go out on their own. I don't think this bill allows for that, and truthfully, I don't know that any PAs are going to want to do that. The vast majority of PAs, nurse practitioners that come out of training, want to be employed in a system where they are supported by physicians. And at least at Carson Tahoe, we've done a fantastic job of developing that system that allows a PA to practice autonomously, but still be in a very protected environment that allows them to grow and have backup when they need it. So thank you, and I'll take questions with the others.
Okay, thank you so much. Is that the end of the presentation? Okay, thank you. All right, committee, what questions do we have? Senator Scheibel?
I think this is my microphone. Okay. Thank you for presenting to us. I think, we've been discussing this issue for a couple of years now at the legislature. And I have a couple of questions, if that's okay, Chair. The first question I'm hoping that you can kind of outline for me is, if we were to pass SB 294, how would we compare to other states? Would physicians assistants here have more autonomy, less autonomy, or is there a different way to kind of compare what their practice area would be like compared to other states?
If I may, I think the question, if I understand
Please
it.
give us your name for the record as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Brian Law for the record. If I understand the question correctly, what it would allow them to do relative to other states. Each state has their own statutes that guide that. How I can answer that is it really would not change what PAs are currently doing in Nevada, except for removing the requirement for supervision. The other states, there are a variety of different situations. Some states, I think as low as 4,000 hours, they would be collaborative after that. There are other states that 6,000 or 10,000 hours, they're completely independent practitioners without any connection, including licensure and oversight boards. So it's a pretty wide spectrum of state allowing PA practice.
Okay, so let me ask the question from a different angle. If I were to go through school and become a physician's assistant, and I wanted to go out on my own, start my own practice, not be supervised by a physician, and I was looking at a variety of different states, if we passed SB 294, would it become one of the easier or harder states for me to accomplish that goal?
Brian Law for the record. I don't think it would be easier than another state. I think as I said, each state has kind of different pieces to that question. I would say that in Section 4 of this bill, it really delineates where a PA can practice, and that was our intent to really guide the board to say that PAs may only practice in those listed facilities, which would really give the board and the state a good, clear idea where that PA coming into our state could function.
May I go ahead? Okay. And you'd also mentioned that other states have hour requirements, a certain number of hours they have to do, either under supervision or in collaboration before they're allowed to practice on their own. Am I understanding that correctly? And so does Nevada currently have an hour requirement, and would SB 294 change that requirement?
Brian Law for the record. Currently, we're supervised no matter how many hours that we've practiced.
And now this would allow for practice without supervision, regardless of the number of hours already completed. Is that correct?
Brian Law for the record. After 4,000 hours of required collaboration, then the PA would no longer be required to submit that information to the board. Doesn't mean that they wouldn't continue to be collaborative. And in fact, what I think Dr. Baker was discussing in those facilities in Section 4 often mandate collaborative employment agreements. It's just defined differently in the different practice setting. As a PA in a surgical practice, I'm likely going to be working hand in hand with the physician day in and day out. In a primary care family practice, for which I did for many years, I rarely interacted with the physician, and some of those times it was the physician coming to me asking me my expert advice on things that they didn't have expertise in.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that context. If I could ask another question, kind of unrelated to what I was asking before. I am looking at the conceptual amendment. We're removing a lot of sections, 14, 17, 29, 35, trying to, switch back and forth, but I'm hoping that you could kind of just give me a broader overview of what are those duties that we're removing from a physician's assistant through the proposed conceptual.
Brian Law for the record. If I understand the question correctly, what are the proposed conceptual amendments removing?
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to ask is there's, 20 different sections that you're proposing to remove here, and I'm not asking you to go through each and every single one of them, but if you could just kind of paint in broad strokes for us the overall kind of theme or the important ones, if there are a few that are particularly important, just to help us understand the thrust of the amendment and the kind of change that it makes to the bill.
Part of what again, Brian Law for the record, part of what I understand is that when the initial bill was drafted, it essentially looked to add physician assistant wherever there were a physician or a nurse practitioner in all the areas. And it's not necessary that we be added to all those areas to continue doing what we're currently doing without supervision. So, for example, there's a provision in there that would allow a PA to be able to sign off on someone who has epilepsy to give them the ability to, I believe, with licensure. That doesn't currently exist, and I don't think we want to expand the scope of what we're trying to do. We want to continue doing what we're doing with removing the supervision component.
Okay, thank you. I think those are all the questions that I have, but I'm still percolating a little bit.
And if I may, Senator, add in on your first question regarding if we were to pass this bill, and if it seemed like you were wanting some information on gauging if there may be a flood of PAs coming from outside states to our state to practice independently. But I feel like that would not be the case, and that hopefully what we're anticipating is that PAs may have a more seamless transition and may look towards coming into our state to practice, not necessarily independently, because few PAs actually do that. And then to the second point, as Brian had mentioned, yes, we're not trying to expand what we do. We're just trying to narrow in and remove any administrative burdens so that after a certain amount of hours, when we're not even necessarily being supervised as it is in real life, that we're not held to constraints of where we can practice, should we need to be in a rural community or somewhere else where there's not a physician necessarily able to practice there if we're unable to form a relationship with a supervising physician. And this has happened on numerous occasions. And what happens is those areas will go without any providers at all.
I have a question, and I'm sure we have other questions from the committee as well. We'll go to Senator Rogich in a moment. Hours of experience become really important in SB 294. So I was curious, in regards to an hour of experience, whether that is only if the PA is practicing and meeting with an individual who comes in to see them to diagnose or to treat an illness, or if that's when they're collaborating with a doctor in regards to seeing a patient, or if it counts for both. How are those hours determined?
Brian Law for the record. The way I understand it would be with a physician. So collaborating, practicing as a PA in their practice setting with a physician. And so that could be, as I mentioned, with a surgical physician that you're working with, that could be different than if working with Dr. Baker in a cardiology practice versus you name the practice. And so that's part of this, is being able to, the collaboration, the 4,000 hours would be in that practice setting, which the PA and the physician are functioning.
Okay, thank you. Senator Rogich?
Thank you, Chair. Does the PA receive informed consent from a patient in which the patient understands there is a collaboration agreement and that the PA is in an independent practice without physician supervision?
Brian Law for the record. So I believe in provision, I forget exactly which one, but yes, 7. There is a provision there about informed consent, meaning that the PA would have to inform patients who they are, what their situation is. If you're asking about currently, no, they are identified as a PA through either a signage name badge or some other way. So a patient in this bill, there is a provision that says there's a requirement of the PA to gain informed consent from patients that they are being seen by a PA.
And if I may add to that, Dominique Katona for the record, that after this past legislative session 2 years ago, that was something that was emphasized and has been executed more recently over the past 2 years in PA's ability to fully inform themselves through identification of badges, and also in the chart note documentation and verbally written in different aspects, so the patient is aware that we are physician assistants. And should this legislation be passed, that extent for working more in an autonomous environment in collaboration with a physician can still be put into that if necessary.
Okay, a follow-up question for Senator Rogich and then Senator Daly.
Thank you. I'm just still a little confused as to whether you're being independent or not independent as you move forward. I understand your the current situation, but what happens after 4,000 hours, and will you be providing or receiving that informed consent, advising the patient that you are now independent, if I understand this correctly?
David Baker for the record. And again, speaking from my personal experience and the experience that we have there at Carson Tile, you can put 3 hours on it, you can put 3,000 hours on it. It doesn't necessarily change anything that we do with APCs. So when they first come in, you know that they're going to be a little green. It may take a little bit more intensive interaction with them. But when they go from, say, we're 3,990 hours to 4,001, it doesn't change a thing. You still collaborate with your physician, you still collaborate with your medical community, you still have the backup of your immediate collaborator or another physician who may be more specialized in what you're working with. The PAs are in the room alone with the patient. They're seeing the patient autonomously. When they have questions or issues, then they come to the physician. And we constantly share patients, right? So a patient that comes to me from a physician or a PA or a nurse practitioner, you're looking at the care that they've been given over that past, couple months. And, if issues come up, if you start to notice something with a provider, doesn't really matter what initials they have after their name. There's an entire system within our group, the credentialing system, the quality departments, to really start to hone in on certain providers that are having issues. And then you can focus more education on them if you want to. So they are able to practice autonomously, as in they're in the room alone, they make decisions alone, but collaboratively within a larger system, so with their physicians.
Thank you. I guess there was testimony that if moving forward with this bill, the PAs would be able to open up their own practice, if I understand it correctly, in the rurals or not. And so that's where I'm trying to find out how that works, because then you're not in the facility, if I understand correctly, moving forward.
Brian Law for the record. So currently, under current law, that exists, and the requirement for informed consent does not exist. This bill, in terms of informed consent, if I'm understanding your question, of making sure that patients are aware of who they are seeing, and if I'm sure we're more than willing to spell that out as clear as possible as a requirement, because I don't think that PAs are trying to mask themselves as something other than that they are. So if that's what the concern is, I'm certain that we could find ways to ensure that that occurred. If it's the question about opening their practice currently, I think as Dr. Baker mentioned, it doesn't happen that often, and when it does, those PAs are still accountable to the Board of Medical Examiners for their practice, and they still have to adhere to the regulations that are in hand, is if there were 16 physicians in that clinic or not.
If I may, Dave Baker for the record. The vast majority, so the standalone clinic in the middle of rural Nevada is certainly an issue, right? But the vast majority of the PAs that come out of training are going to be looking for employment opportunities where they can work with physicians. I've been working with PAs for 20 plus years. They know their education is different, right? They know that the physicians have spent a lot more time in training and in education than they have. And they are aware of being held to the same levels when it comes to a board of medicine or a court of law. So they are very interested in having collaborative relationships with physicians. There is a safety net there for them. So the ones I've had, and there's been a couple outliers, but the vast majority I've worked with are looking for that collaborative arrangement with a physician for the entirety of their career.
Okay, one more question.
I just want to thank you for explaining this. My position is more from the patient's perspective and understanding the role of the PA and the fact that there is not a physician in the facility while practicing medicine and receiving treatment. And that's what I was hoping that you would elaborate further on. And so thank you.
And if I may add once more, Dominique Katona, that even PAs working in their own clinic, they still reach out to physicians to assure that the patient care, that it's still fulfilled. It's not like they're just in a silo isolated and only left to make all medical decisions for that patient. I myself in primary care, I have sought many physicians, hematology, all of them. But if I have a patient that I've recently found a cancer, I am fortunate to have a physician that I've formed a very good relationship with, and I can text that person and let them know that I have a patient, and they'll get in the same day. So, we still heavily rely on these relationships to take the best care of our patients, whether we're in a clinic with several providers or on our own in the middle of nowhere.
And Dave Baker, if I may, real briefly, the level of collaboration between a physician and a PA is really sort of site-specific, right? So if you're in a primary care clinic, not that bad things can't happen there, but that's probably a lower acuity patient care area. And you may have a physician in the building, you may have one you can call, I mean, there may be something along those lines. You move into urgency care, okay, it's getting a little bit hotter. Now you get into the ER, there will be physicians there 24/7, 365 to supervise that patient. Inpatient issues, same thing. There is a physician around all the time, physically there to see the patient when needed. And then when you get to some specialty care issues, so if you pop over to the cardiology clinic, there will always be a physician around. They may be seeing a PA or a nurse practitioner, but if something's going on there, there's a physician that can step in and take care of that patient. And that is the vast majority of PAs in that role. So again, out in Tonopah in a small clinic, that's maybe a whole different issue, but the vast majority of PAs are going to be employed in that system.
I'm also going to hand it over to our counsel, Jeff Coulomé, who I think may also have an answer regarding that question based on the conceptual amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Jeff Coulomé from the Legal Division. For the record, I'll preface this by saying I haven't had time in great detail to go through all the provisions of the entire conceptual amendment. As Senator Scheibel mentioned, it's a voluminous amount of sections we're talking about. But as the specific question about opening a practice or hanging out an independent shingle that I believe Senator Rogich is asking about, the existing Section 4 of the bill limits the physician assistant practice, that's on page 7, to specific types of facilities. And then in paragraph F of subsection 1, any other location authorized by the regulation of the board. The conceptual amendment, it looks like in the third bullet point on the page, if committee members have that in front of them, appears that the ask there in bullet point 3 is to prohibit the board from adopting regulations which authorize the PA to hang out that shingle unless the regulations also require a physician to also practice at the medical practice. So it seems to me that if that's helpful in terms of that specific part of the question, it looks like that's what that third bullet point is reaching for there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we're going to go to Vice Chair Daley.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that last little part, because I was going to ask, and I know you've mentioned Section 4 a couple of times. You also mentioned Section 7 as being, a potentially limiting factor. And so there's quite a few places where you said, hey, a physician assistant's going to know where he can practice when he comes, et cetera. So where on this list is the places you can't practice? And you just said the one limited by the regulation now, because the regulation would have allowed it potentially. So where can't they practice now under this language? Because it seems pretty broad to me.
Brian Law, for the record, I'm not sure I can answer that specifically by interpreting what the words are by the licensing board that would regulate that. So I think I would reserve that to the licensing board to determine what that would mean to them in terms of a practice for a PA.
And thank you, and that's okay to defer, but it was just mentioned in your testimony as, well, you're going to know, PAs are going to know, and we don't know. At least when I asked the question, we don't know. Section 7, I have questions on that as well. I know one of you said that, we're not asking to change what we do or expand, et cetera, and I look at the, excuse me, the language that's being lined out on what a physician assistant may perform. And it was a lot on what the physician would allow or say and the various things. And now we have a whole, A through I think, and two others, A through K, and then 3 and 4. So what is it now that the physician assistant, same thing, reverse question, what can't they do now under this? It seems like they can do basically everything a doctor can do.
And Dominique Katona, if I may answer, there are, what you see there in that change is transparency. This is actual practice, and we are trying to be transparent in how we are assisting in the healthcare workforce alongside physicians. And based on our training and experience and what specialty we're in, and our relationship with our physician and what we've gathered from working closely with the physicians, what we're able to do within a certain specialty that is still within the scope of practice for that particular specialty. The information that's provided on there is nothing that's outside of that scope, but I think just for clarity, we should allow people to see all of the things that we're currently doing, that physicians have worked with us and allow us to do, and we're not trying to expand on that.
Final. So thank you, and I see what you're saying, and you have the part in there that's new in the scope, but I'm just saying from the existing language, and the rest of it in that section is new. You had one paragraph, and the way I read that is it was pretty much limited to what your supervising physician would say, I have confidence you can do. Had to be within your scope, all of that stuff in the background, so there is some additional words here on what that is, but to me, this just says you can do it if it's in your scope, and it just seems like it is expanding to me, but that's my view of it. So,
Dave Baker for the record. So a lot of what you're referring to is sort of mandated by, like, say, the credentialing office or department of the hospital. So can a PA assist in a surgery with a surgeon there? Yes. Are they ever going to do the surgery solo? No. Can they review imaging that they're not trained to do? No. Can they do, like in cardiology, can they do cardioversions, pacemakers, CAS, stents? No. Can they refer people for that? Can they manage people who have had those? Yes. But can they do those specific kinds of procedures? No. Within the hospital, the credentialing system determines what they can and cannot do. And if it's something specific, a procedural kind of thing that is specific to what they want to do, generally speaking, the answer is no, right? Because they are not trained to do those kinds of procedures.
Do we have any other questions from the committee? Senator Ellison, and then we're going to close this up since it's getting close to noon, and I want to get everyone out of here before judiciary.
I'm going to make this quick. What is the difference between the timeline from where you guys are now to becoming a doctor? So there seems to be quite a difference in between there. It's kind of like a pilot and an astronaut. So if you could answer that.
So, speaking from the physician standpoint, it's not all that comparable. I mean, so going through medical school, the first 2 years of medical school, the book work there is probably worth a master's degree outside. You put in a massive amount of work there. The second 2 years of third and fourth year of medical school are probably 50 to 60 hours of supervised training in a variety of clinical specialties. You get the MD or DO after your name, and you still cannot practice medicine. You have to do a 3 to 10 year residency or fellowship program. It's massive, okay? And I certainly am not. I don't think we are arguing that a PA or a nurse practitioner has anywhere near that level of education or training. From a physician's standpoint, when you work with APCs, it has become a bit of our responsibility to recognize their importance and their training, and they're very well trained, and to help them develop the skills that they need to practice medicine, okay? And that is a fresh person out of training, the first 4,000 hours. You work with them to teach them how to practice medicine. When they hit 4,001 hours, you teach them how to practice medicine. It never ends, okay? That's part of being a collaborative health team. And truthfully, I can't do a lot of the stuff I do without PAs and nurse practitioners. I literally have our heart failure clinic is run by a PA who, if that were left to me, I couldn't do the vast majority of other things I do. So they're very well-trained people, very skilled, and in the setting of a collaborative kind of agreement, they are phenomenal caregivers.
And if I just may, from the PA perspective, very quickly, thank you, Brian Law, for the record. There's no illusion PAs and physicians are not equal in terms of their education and skill set. That doesn't mean that they can't perform some of the same tasks and skills throughout their clinical practice. And PAs are proven caregivers and safe caregivers for what they do, and they're not attempting to be a physician or do the things. We want to remain in the healthcare team as what within our training and skills.
I'd also like to mention that it appears our legal staff was given a different amendment than what is posted online on Nellis and what the committee has in front of them. So we'll also need to get to the bottom of which is indeed the correct amendment. So I did want to put that on the record. And I think just one last question, and then we'll open it up for testimony, is what's broken in the system? You know, why SB 294? What's so broken in Nevada that we now need SB 294 to fix it? Thank you.
Jay Baker for the record. We need healthcare providers here in the state, right? Desperately need healthcare providers. What is broken in the system right now is for a PA, I have 5 under my license currently, so I have to review X number of charts just to check boxes. I have to meet with them routinely for some kind of collaborative kind of thing that's relatively watered down. The power of what we do, at least at Carson Tahoe, is that they are in a group where we can supervise and collaborate with them for the rest of their careers. The real issue is when you go to look for a PA to come in and maybe be one of your primary care doctors or maybe assist in your GI department, you know, I have to find a physician that'll do that, okay? The reason I have 5 of them is because I can't find physicians to supervise some of these people. The problem is if I decide to get hit by a bus tomorrow, that's 5 providers that no longer have a job, right? Because they do not have a provider and they cannot practice medicine after I'm gone, right? So it makes it much harder to employ a PA. So if I'm looking at a PA and a nurse practitioner that are, you know, can do primary care, and this PA has 15 years of experience and this new nurse practitioner is fresh out, I gotta probably go with that nurse practitioner because I don't have anybody to supervise that PA. It's punitive to them. It's punitive to the profession of PAs, and it's really sort of, you know, hard on the healthcare systems and on the physicians that agree to supervise.
If I may, I can quickly answer. I think you asked the question that I was hoping someone was going to ask, is that as the educator, we have students, some of which are here. These students that we're training, they're going to look at other states and we're going to be exporters of these clinicians that we're training in our state because we're not keeping in step with the modernization of laws in our region. And I think some of that information was provided, but it's really about ensuring that the students that we're training, that we keep them here to take care of Nevadans.
Okay. Thank you so much. We're going to have you step back from the table, and we thank you very much for the presentation on Senate Bill 294. And with that, we will open it up to testimony in support of SB 294. We do ask that everyone keeps within 2 minutes, and ditto, me too, copy that as quickly as you can be so we can get everyone out of here to enjoy the rest of their day and get to their next committee meetings. Thank you.
Wiz Rizard, W-I-Z-R-O-U-Z-A-R-D, Deputy State Director with Americans for Prosperity. Thank you, Chair Pazina and members of the committee. On behalf of Americans for Prosperity Nevada, we'd like to urge you to support SB 294, which is a bill that takes transformative steps forward for the regulation and practice of physician assistants in Nevada. This bill not only reflects the evolving landscape of healthcare delivery, but also emphasizes the need for flexibility, autonomy, and expanded roles for healthcare providers in order to meet the growing demands of our diverse patient population. One of the most significant aspects of the bill is the removal of the requirement for PAs to be supervised by a physician. This change is both progressive and necessary, empowers PAs to practice to the full extent of their education, training, and experience. This will open the door for greater access to healthcare, particularly in underserved areas where physician shortages remain a persistent challenge. PAs play a critical role in the healthcare system, and this legislation recognizes that they are fully capable of making medical decisions and providing high-quality care without unnecessary supervision. At the same time, the bill maintains a balance by ensuring that PAs with less than 4,000 hours of practice experience enter a collaborative agreement with physicians, providing a level of mentorship and oversight for those who are relatively new to the field. By including provisions that allow PAs to sign documents, provide certification, endorse medical decisions typically reserved for physicians, this legislation acknowledges the critical role PA plays in ensuring continuity of care and operational efficiency, as you heard here earlier today. This flexibility reduces administrative burdens on physicians, which ultimately contributes to a more streamlined and effective healthcare delivery system. For these reasons, Chair and members of the committee, on behalf of American for Prosperity, our activists are in the overflow room. We urge you to support SB 294 for this forward-thinking piece. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair Pazina and esteemed committee members. My name is Adam Serfoss, S-E-R-F-O-S-S, and I'm a fourth-generation native Nevadan, a United States Marine Corps veteran, and a current PA student, as well as president of the class of 2025, set to graduate this August. I'm here in strong support of Senate Bill 294. I've lived in many of our rural communities, from Tonopah and Dyer to Gardnerville, Ely, Fernley, and Winnemucca. I've experienced firsthand the severe shortages our healthcare providers, the lack of access, and the barriers that our communities face. It was my direct exposure to these experiences that drove my passion to pursue the profession of becoming a PA. The passing of this bill affects the futures of my fellow classmates and I, as we are rapidly approaching graduation and are ready to answer the call of our state's health needs. It is my goal to return to the communities that raised me and alleviate their barriers to care. Currently, restrictive laws limit our ability to practice to our full scope. This not only hinders our ability to serve, but also places additional burdens on low-budget, underserved communities that desperately need comprehensive care. Many of my fellow colleagues, including myself, have considered seeking opportunities in neighboring states who have already passed legislation similar to this. I recall my deployment in Sangin, Afghanistan, where our sole medical provider was a naval PA. The PA provided critical care to both U.S. and allied troops under the most challenging combat conditions. It is hard to understand why, if a single PA can deliver life-saving care in combat to our nation's finest, that our state should deny our qualified professionals the opportunity to serve Nevadan communities to the fullest extent of their training. Nevada is currently ranked 41st in healthcare access, and our future in Nevada is being limited. By passing this bill, we can improve access to quality care, retain our talent by ensuring Nevadans like myself stay in Nevada, and ensure that our communities receive the support they deserve. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you for your service to the country.
Thank you, Madam Chair Pazina, our Senator Flores, and our co-sponsors and committee members today for this opportunity to speak. My name is Carmela Downing, D-O-W-N-I-N-G. I'm a physician assistant working here in Carson City and a representative of the Nevada Academy of PAs. Current law requires PAs to be supervised for life under a physician. SB 294 allows us to relinquish the paperwork to make it easier for us to be hired and practice. Current law does not reflect what's actually being done. All providers are supervised. If a patient sees two different providers, the second provider is basically reviewing the prior provider. Physician, NP, PA. A physician working in a rural area will reach out to other specialties as needed. The days of one doc fits all diagnosis is over. Medicine is too big. We are constantly seeing each other's notes, collaborating with each other, calling each other. I, working in cardiology, am constantly in contact with rural PAs, nurse practitioners, physicians who seek out my advice as well, and I theirs. The bill not only changes the administrative burden required to employees that currently restricts us from rural care. I've been involved in recruitment onboarding of PAs and nurse practitioners. The extra requirement for administrative work makes hiring a PA over a nurse practitioner or a physician more difficult. PAs are less appealing, and I want to highlight a personal pressing issue that underscores our need for SB 294. My current supervising physician is Dr. Basil Chrysos. He's a recent recipient of a heart and kidney transplant. He's doing very well, but should he become incapacitated or worse, I would not be able to practice medicine at all until I could secure another physician's license to be under. My 16 years experience as a PA, my 12 years experience running a CHF clinic would mean nothing. I would essentially be forced to abandon my patient until I could complete the proper paperwork. This is a reality that should not exist in our modern healthcare system and is one that SB 294 aims to amend this. I appreciate your time and consideration today, and I humbly ask for your support of SB 294.
Eddie Diaz, E-D-D-I-E-D-I-A-Z, Strategic Director with the Libre Initiative.
On behalf of the Libre Initiative, I am here to express my support for Senate Bill 294, which proposes significant reforms to the practice of physician assistants in Nevada. This bill aims to modernize PA regulation by removing outdated supervision requirements and aligning PA practice with a team-based care model determined at the practice level. The Latino community in Nevada faces significant challenges in accessing timely and culturally competent healthcare services. By eliminating unnecessary supervisory constraints, SB 294 would enable PAs to provide care more independently, thereby increasing the availability of healthcare providers in underserved areas where many Latino families reside. By supporting SB 294, we can help remove barriers that have historically limited healthcare access for the Latino community in Nevada. This legislation represents a crucial step toward a more effective healthcare system that addresses the needs of all Nevadans. Thank you, Senator Flores, for sponsoring this bill, and thank you all for your time.
Hello, community members. My name is Melissa Vale. I'm a physician assistant. I've been practicing in Northern Nevada for 10 years, mostly in family practice, but 2 sessions in specialty care. I have lots of reasons to support SB 294, but I'll focus mainly on access to care, not only for the rural communities, but even in specialty care. So as we know, PAs do not, our main focus is clinical care. This leaves the door open for the board-certified specialists to provide those procedures that we're not trying to do, such as in GI, which I work currently, colonoscopies and endoscopies, which will increase access to care for us, colon cancer screening, and take care of any other issues that they need. The other specialty I worked in was pain management, which also opened the door for the physicians to do their procedures, such as nerve ablations, for increased quality of care of those patients. So for this reason, I do support SB 294. Thank you.
My name is Layla Berg, Leilaberg. As a PA, I was recently looking for a job. I found one in a rural area, applied, and was hired. This was for the only clinic for miles for an underserved, mostly Spanish-speaking population. In my first 4,000 hours of working, after I graduated from PA school, having a doctor available for a second opinion for my complex patients was crucial, even though I was seeing the vast majority of them without any intervention of a supervising doctor. However, after 6 years of post-secondary school and 2 years of experience treating patients directly, I had the requisite experience to treat 99% of patients and knowledge of when I needed to refer or consult for that last 1%. This bill talks about supervision of PAs. When you hear the word supervision, you might think it's like how you would supervise a small child, watching them closely, but this is never the case. Doctors can currently supervise 3 PAs at a time unless they consult with the board. It's hard on a doctor. The doctor is not coming into the patient room unless they're specifically called in for assistance by the PA. They're not supervising every action in the way you supervise a small child. They're there for assistance when requested for complex patients. I'm sure there will be doctors who testify in opposition to this. Please ask them what they do to supervise their PAs, their experience with PAs particularly. And they'll tell you that for 99% of patients, it's very low, and for experienced PAs, likely not at all. In addition, it is often more feasible to consult with other advanced providers who may not be physicians. Back to that rural job. Even after I had been practicing for 8 years, after my 6 years of post-secondary school, I was still required to have a supervising doctor, which the clinic couldn't find and couldn't afford.
Thank you so much. We're doing 20 minutes total of support, opposition, and neutral because we really need to get everyone to their next committees today. We are, I think, about 13 minutes into our support, so we are going to move to the phone lines. And I believe we have some people on the phones in support of SB 294 broadcast.
If you would like to testify in support of SB 294, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good morning, Chair and members of the hardworking committee. Thank you to Senate Member Flores for bringing this bill, and we did all. This is Dora Martinez. Thank you. Enjoy your day.
That baby sounds like they're in opposition, Senator Flores. I don't know. Broadcast next caller.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lucia Sanchez Lee, and I'm a physician assistant with 5 years of experience in primary care. I have had the privilege of serving medically underserved communities within a federally qualified health center, as well as providing care to the geriatric population at assisted living facilities in Northern Nevada. Throughout my career, I have experienced firsthand the challenges posed by restrictive laws, such as Nevada Revised Statute NRS 630.275, which mandates a written collaborating agreement between a PA and a supervising physician. These regulations have personally impacted my ability to deliver efficient care, and I firmly believe they should concern you as well. Given Nevada's existing shortage of medical providers, it is essential that we work together to dismantle the barriers that impede access to healthcare for the people of our state. Nevada PAs, like many other states, are required to form a professional relationship with a physician referred to as a supervisory agreement, which allows PAs to practice medicine in alignment with the scope of their physician. The statute that requires a PA to be tied to a single supervising physician places PAs at significant risk of losing their ability to practice should any disruption occur in their supervisory relationship. This is in despite that PAs are highly educated, thoroughly trained, clinically possess, and continue to obtain the experience necessary to provide safe, competent care while also engaging collaborative practices with other members within their team that include other physicians, nurse practitioners, pharmacists, among others. I have personally faced several disruptions in my ability to practice medicine due to the supervisory agreement mandate, leading to negative consequences for the patients I serve. After having worked for several years and accumulated more than 4,000 hours of clinical practice, I found myself suddenly unable to work when I lost my supervising physician. Without an active supervisory agreement as outlined in the Nevada Administrative Code, NAC 630.380, I was at risk for disciplinary action by both the medical board and the state for performing the same duties I had been successfully carrying out for years. Consequently, I was unable to practice clinically while navigating the licensing process with another medical board.
Thank you
Because
so
in Nevada,
much.
a
It's
PA
been
may-
over 2 minutes, and because we want to get as many callers in as we can, there is a 2-minute limit. But please, we would love to have your testimony provided to our committee secretary so that we can get it on the record for the entire committee to review. And thank you so much for your time and testimony. Broadcast next caller.
Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Corey Whitlock. I'm a physician assistant certified here in the state of Nevada, and I also hold my doctorate in medical sciences with a focus on healthcare administration. I'm here today to emphatically support the passage of Senate Bill 294, a critical piece of legislation that will greatly benefit the health and well-being of Nevada communities. I'll echo the sentiments of my colleagues and say ditto to 99.99% of what they've said already, so I'll keep it pretty simple. This bill aligns Nevada's laws with current practice realities, and both here and in numerous other states, similar legislative language has already successfully been adopted and passed in most of these states, or in the states to follow: Utah, Montana, Wyoming, Iowa, New Hampshire, and Maryland. Furthermore, PAs have thrived in environments where supervisory barriers have been removed, including the military, Veterans Administration, and Indian Health Administrations. So, as you guys know, we meet every 2 years, and failure to act and move on some kind of legislation in this area will put us further behind and put Nevada healthcare at risk. So I really appreciate your time today, and I really appreciate your support for this Senate Bill 294. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Broadcast. I believe we have time for one more caller to keep us within our 20 minutes, and we'll still be a little over. Thank you.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 735, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Please continue.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to address this Senate Bill 294. I'm Kim McFarland. I've been a physician assistant for 26 years now. I would like to speak in physician. I currently practice telemedicine in Utah, Idaho, and Montana. During the pandemic, my practice included Nevada. Telemedicine practice I work with is a 24/7, 365-day-a-year practice. This allows people to call for medical care in the middle of the night, weekends, and other times when their PCP cannot see them, and helps us to keep them out of the more expensive ER. The passage of Utah's PA Practice Act that removes supervision language is an example of successful legislation to improve patient access. Many neighboring states have made similar changes. This has decreased costs and increased access to care by PAs in our practice since the legislative changes in those states. During the pandemic, our PAs, like many other PAs in the state, successfully cared for patients in Nevada without physician supervision, without incident. At the end of the pandemic, those privileges were rescinded. The NPs in our practice can currently practice without a physician supervision, while our PAs no longer provide any care in Nevada. PAs in our practice can treat patients in Utah, Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming without physician supervision. And we would like that to resume that service area into Nevada. There are some who argue that this is unsafe for patients. The evidence and our practice experience show that PAs provide safe and competent care even in unsupervised practices. I'd particularly like to point to the New Hampshire Bipartisan Legislative Committee to Research Physician Assistant Scope of Practice HB 1222, Chapter 24, Laws of 2024, November 1st, 2024. The summary states physician associates are rigorously educated, trained, and licensed healthcare clinicians who practice medicine in every specialty and setting. They
Sir,
have
thank you
completed
so much.
a
We're
robust
over
and
2
unique
minutes.
educational
We really
program.
appreciate your testimony, and we ask that you provide anything that you shared today in writing because we would love to ensure that the whole committee can see it. And on the agenda, it has our committee secretary's email address, so please provide that her way. And we thank you so much for your testimony. For anyone else who's waiting on the line, I do apologize, but please provide your testimony to our committee secretary in writing so that the entire committee has an opportunity to review. And we very much appreciate your engagement. And with that, we are going to open testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 294. We'll start in our physical locations and then move to the phones. And it will be 20 minutes and 2 minutes per person.
Chairperson Pacina and members of this committee, thank you for having us today. For the record, my name is Dr. Brett Fry. I'm Vice President of the Nevada State Board of Medical Examiners. We oversee 14,000 physicians and over 1,700 PAs and are opposed to SB 294 as written and even with the conceptual amendments. I would note that we deeply value the PA community. The board's mission is the preservation of public health trust. We verify training and testing on behalf of the citizens per NRS 630 to ensure standards of healthcare are met, but are quite concerned about 294 using hours worked as a proxy for competency. I'll say that again. I don't think 4,000 hours of work constitutes competency. We believe this sets a dangerous precedent. By the time an MD has completed their training, they have 20,000 hours of work at the bedside. We believe 4,000 hours is on the very low end, and there's no additional evaluation of competency after the PANCE exam that was spoken to earlier. Section 4, subsection 2, actually allows a PA to change from one specialty at 3,000 hours to another specialty after an additional 1,000 hours and independently practice in the specialty they think they finished with at the 1,000 hours. That's the way I see it. And we're not really concerned about the acute care setting because that's a well-structured setting. What we are concerned about is the ambulatory setting. So-called medi-spas, cosmetic procedure outfits, that is the bane of the board's existence. And when people are operating outside their scope, causing significant harm, and trust me, we adjudicate these cases every day at the board level. So this bill, the way I read it, does not give the protections that we think Nevadans need when it comes to opening up a clinic in an ambulatory setting. And PAs can
Thank you so much. It
self-credential.
is 2 minutes, and I just don't want to take time away from anyone else. But can you please turn your comments in writing to our committee secretary so we can read everything? And thank you so much for being here today. Thank you.
Hello, board. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I'll turn the mic on then. I'll start all over. Hi, my name is Dr. Joey Adashek, A-D-A-S-H-E-K. I'm still president of the Nevada State Medical Association and also a high-risk pregnancy specialist. The NSMA does oppose this bill. For some background, I've practiced in Las Vegas for almost 30 years. I opened my own high-risk pregnancy practice about 25 years ago, and we now have 9 physicians, and we see about 30,000 patient visits a year. I'm not here to badmouth the care given by physicians' assistants. Just like doctors, there are good ones, not so good ones. Many of them are just as smart as any of the physicians, and I've had nothing but good interactions when I've seen them as a patient practices that have a supervising physician. One of the problems we have seen is that the care given by physician assistants that do not have a direct supervising physician is that there are so many additional tests, labs, and consultants. Just like interns and residents that have 4,000 hours, there is this big fear of missing something. When you have a fear of missing something, so many more tests are ordered, so many more medications are ordered. And the problem is at least in our practice, when our patients have gone in to see a physician's assistant, many times they come in with a cold or viral infection, come out with antibiotics, because giving something is much easier than reassuring a patient. We've had the same problem with additional consultants and tests. So we really think also it is going to be less expensive, not more expensive, to oppose this bill. So that's why NSMA opposes this bill, along with the other reasons stated. Thank you for letting me talk.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for your time. My name is John Hardwick. I'm an emergency physician, born and raised in Reno, Nevada. I'm the current president of the Nevada chapter of the American College of Emergency Physicians and the president of the Washoe County Medical Society. I'm going to actually echo some of the statements and agree with the statements that Dr. Baker and some of the PAs who supported this bill brought up. We're in agreement that there is a very large, wide discrepancy in training. We're also in agreement that collaboration is absolutely imperative to ensuring good patient outcome. This isn't about whether PAs are good at what they do. They are. This is about preserving a team-based model that works. Medicine is complex, and collaboration is not a weakness, it's an asset. It's a safeguard. We should be strengthening the PA partnership and physician partnership and not dismantling it. We heard from support testimony over and over and over about the importance of collaboration. But then why are we dismantling the regulatory framework that codifies and protects this collaboration? If we agree that it's essential, why are we taking these guardrails down, right? We're just wishful thinking that once we remove these guardrails, that PAs will do the right thing and continue to collaborate with physicians, that hospital systems will do the right thing and continue to ensure that there's oversight of PAs. Ultimately, it's wishful thinking, and this bill does nothing to address that, all right? So I really urge you guys to consider the consequences of this bill. I want to keep working together with PAs, not apart, and let's not hope for the best. Let's ensure that we have ongoing teamwork and collaboration between physicians and PAs. Thank you very much.
Dr. Nguyen?
I'm not a doctor. I only play one on TV, but thank you.
It's been a long morning.
I know. And before I start, I will just say we had quite a few physicians online waiting about 4 hours, but they had to get back to their patients. Specifically, one was Dr. BCW, who has testified before you before, who was a PA, then went to medical school. But I'll submit all that online. Thank you so much. So good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Jacqueline Nguyen, NGUYEN, Policy Director of the Nevada State Medical Association. NSMA is in strong opposition to SB 294 because it essentially removes the stricter requirement of physician supervision of PAs with the ambiguous and looser arrangement of collaborative agreements. After 4,000 hours under this looser standard, the bill essentially removes the physician from patient diagnosis and treatment by allowing independent practice. The fundamental objection we have is the training of doctors and PAs is simply not comparable. Physicians have 4 years of medical school training versus 2 to 2.5 for PAs. Physicians then have 3 to 7 years of residency training, while PAs do not have a residency requirement. Finally, physicians have at least 12,000 to 16,000 hours of clinical care, while PAs have 2,000. But the training should not be equal, since these are not equivalent professions. This is not to denigrate our PAs, but to recognize that the occupation is intentionally meant to not be equivalent. Physician assistants are trained to assist physicians, not to replace them. Their role is to extend the physician capabilities functioning within an interdisciplinary team under the supervision of a doctor. The very nature of their training and scope of practice is designed to complement, not replace, the expertise and judgment of a doctor. Also, remember that PAs are undifferentiated healthcare workers. What they can do, what that means is they can literally move between dermatology to med spas to orthopedic practices, learning only through apprenticeship positions. This bill effectively equates 4,000 hours of collaboration to the training of a fully qualified physician. This risks patient care by allowing PAs to make critical medical decisions without the depth of education
Ms. Nguyen,
experience.
I'm so sorry, and I really appreciate the testimony. We are at 2 minutes, and I want to get as many people as I can in this 20-minute period. So you may finish up and then provide your comments to the committee secretary, but finish quickly.
Let me finish this. The one thing I want you to know is allowing facilities to determine whether a collaborative agreement continues to be necessary compromises care. In the current healthcare environment where major health systems and private equity are buying so many healthcare systems, you do not want economic decisions to override patient care decisions.
Thank you so much.
Thank
We
you.
thank you, and make sure that both of you provide your comments to the committee secretary because we want to make sure the committee has the opportunity to review for sure. Ms. Ferrato.
Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Jessica Ferrato here today on behalf of the Nevada Society of Dermatology and Dermatologic Surgery. I'd like to echo the comments. For sake of brevity, there's been a lot of comments today just about the training requirements between physicians and PAs, so I'm not going to go through all the hourly requirements that were originally my testimony, but physicians and physician assistants have long worked together to meet patient needs. SB 294 would eliminate physician-led team-based care by authorizing physician assistants to practice independently. All members of the healthcare team are important, but the roles are not interchangeable. The best and most effective care occurs when a team of healthcare professionals with complementary, not interchangeable skills work together. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Hey, I'm Dr. Landon Hester, LANDONHESTER, and I'm a resident physician in psychiatry. I've had the privilege of being able to work with PA students when they've rotated with me, and they've been very hardworking, very smart, very engaged, very diligent students. So this is not at all about the character of PAs or about how hard people are working, but right now, as has been previously mentioned, the educational system of residency is very rigorous, and it's that way for a reason. That investment in medical education and the progress that's being made to invest in medical education and get more providers, not just to take more providers from other states, is really meaningful work. Psychiatric and mental health care is really complex. These diagnoses are not simple, and our drugs can have very substantial side effects. So there are really serious safety concerns around if there are a lot more people that don't have that really specialized 4 years of residency education after a 4-year of medical education, moving more towards that independent practice model. And as has been previously described, there is already a collaborative practice structure in place. But with some of the changes that I've seen in this bill, I'm also concerned, as has also been described, that there could be economic pressures that could lead to hospital physicians working in supervisory or working into signing collaborative agreements that may not have the same patient safety standards that we currently have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll finish out, and thank you for your service in mental health care, which is so important. We have a number of people on the phone lines as well, so we'll take you 3, but try to keep it to a minute, just so we can have as many people speak as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, David Daslich, DAZLICH with McDonald Carano, here today representing the Nevada State Society of Anesthesiologists and the Nevada Orthopedic Society. For the sake of time, we will simply ditto the concerns that have been heard at the table today and submit more comprehensive comment in writing. Thank you.
Hello again, Chair Pazina, members of the committee. For the record, Nick Schneider with the Vegas Chamber. Ditto. Thank you.
Dr. Sandra Koch, representing Nevada section of the American College of OBGYN. We oppose this bill. We believe that access to care is not the same as quality of care, and we support continued collaboration with our wonderful colleagues.
Thank you so much. And with that, we are going to move to the phones broadcast in opposition of Senate Bill 294.
If you would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 294, please press star 9 now or raise hand in your Zoom window.
Good afternoon, members of the Senate.
Commerce and Labor Committee. I'm Dr. Nehal Naik, that's N-A-I-K. I'm a board-certified emergency physician, and I serve patients throughout the Las Vegas area. I'm here to express my strong opposition to SB 294. I want to address some of the questions that was given to the bill sponsors. This bill will allow by legal statute independent practice of PAs after 4,000 hours. Yes, independent individual groups or hospitals may decide to create collaborative agreements, but it's not required. It may be possible after this bill that when you come to an emergency department, you may only see a PA, especially in our rural areas. Also, to Senator Scheibel's question, the majority of states do not have independent practice for PAs as this bill supports. But let me pick a specific example from the amendment's text. Section 2.5, item 5A, currently physicians or psychiatrists who are also physicians can place patients under a mental health crisis or a legal health hold. This bill will allow PAs to do so. I have to do this in my practice frequently as an emergency physician as I treat patients in mental health crisis. I take this responsibility very seriously. I'm taking away someone's active civil rights because I'm concerned for their risk to themselves and others. I am trained in residency and tested in my specialty-specific boards, which PAs do not have requirements to complete, in how and to determine what necessitates this legal hold. This section is just one example of how an increase in the scope of practice could directly impact Nevadans. Even if this is amended out, it shows the scope of this bill to create independent practice. I want to ensure that every Nevadan has access to effective and safe medical care. We can do this by encouraging growth of structured, collaborative care for every patient in our state. PAs are a critical part of my team, but in order to ensure safety and quality of care, we have to maintain adequate practice for all Nevadans. I strongly urge you to oppose SB 294.
Hello, I'm sorry. My name is Katrin Ivanov, and I would like to express opposition to the bill. I love the intent of the bill, but it looks to me through that bill, the physician assistant would be equal to doctors, and I don't think that's right. Also, there is nothing about testing in the bill. I rather have testing requirements. If they want to be equal as doctors, they should take the exam that doctors are taking prior to getting their licenses, because some people will learn faster than others. So associated with time is not necessarily the best thing. You should have some minimum of time. The hours you propose, I think, are adequate about minimum of time. However, there should be testing before people allowing to do doctor's job prior to doing the job. That's all. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Hi, my name is Dr. Samrao. I'm a pathologist here in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I do oversee PAs in my daily practice, and I do very much appreciate my PAs, but I also ditto everything that the previous speakers opposing this bill have stated, and I would like to mention some additional things. The shortage of care or access to care was also thought to be alleviated due to the presence of nurse practitioners and them being able to independently practice. But numerous studies have come out recently showing that nurse practitioners actually do not fill those roles after a while. Once they're allowed to subspecialize, they will go on to specialize, and they will remove themselves from the primary care arena and go into specialty jobs. So if we want to have increased access to care, I do not believe allowing PAs to practice independently will do that, because we already have a precedent set by the NPs that once you remove those restrictions, they no longer fill those roles. And I also want to reiterate that I think the biggest issue with this is a public safety issue, and that if we are going to allow people in any industry to become equivalent to somebody with a higher standard of education, then you need to have safety requirements put into place to ensure that they are functioning at the same level as that other person, whether that's through continuing education requirements or supervision, et cetera. But you cannot just eliminate, a barrier to a certain type of education by just saying, well, we need, for example, more pilots. So now let's just say if you've had 10 hours of pilot training, you're equivalent to the person that's had 1,000 hours of pilot training. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Caller with the last three digits of 339, you are unmuted. Please continue. Caller with the last three digits of 339, is it possible that you are muted on your end?
Yes, hi, Dr. Ursula Inga Ferguson, DO, and I have taught PAs and currently teach resident physicians. When I asked PA students why not medical school, they responded overwhelmingly. They wanted an 8 to 5 job and did not want the responsibility of a physician. And when asked our patient, when the PA was asked by the patient, the PAs would respond, what's the difference? And they would say the difference, that there is no difference between the PA and the physician. They would say, we're the same. So this is so confusing to the patient, so confusing in the titles. And I am strongly opposed for all the other reasons already said. We need more fully trained physicians to practice in Nevada. Let's focus on hitting that goal. And I strongly oppose SB 294. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Bayo Curry Winchell. That's spelled B-A-Y-O. Last name is C-U-R-R-Y-W-I-N-C-H-E-L-L. I have a very unique position in this bill, being able to really represent both sides of the coin. So I am a practicing physician, but I was also a practicing PA. And that really helps me be able to paint a picture on the scope of practice and the skill set. And as everybody has shared, there is a difference between a physician assistant and a physician. And in this bill, the notion that having a specific amount of hours makes a difference and can equate to a physician just isn't true. And I like to kind of highlight my experience. So when I graduated PA school, I was told from my PA program as well that, it's, you're pretty much the same as a physician, even though when we take that oath, we are supposed to be that collaborator. We're supposed to be a part of that team sport. Well, it was very clear to me when I was working as a PA, there were differences, but then again, I was thinking in the back of my mind, I'm supposed to be the same, even though that level of training was quite different. A couple of years later, after practicing as a PA, I decided to go to medical school. And that means I did 4 years of medical school, 3 years of residency. And it was very interesting to me because I would have other physician assistants who would ask me, was medical school easy? And my response was, no, it wasn't. And so there is a huge difference in education when you look at becoming a PA from a physician assistant, from a PA to a physician. I remember my first day, even as a resident, and the cases that I had to take care of, I would not have been able to take care of those as a PA. And even if I was working for 5, 10 years as a physician assistant, it still does not equate to what you learn in medical school. That part I just want to stress because we're all talking about access to care, but if that access to care doesn't provide that quality of care,
Doctor, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. We're at 20 minutes, but we really appreciate your comments, and I hope you turn everything in writing to our committee secretary so we can make sure that the committee can review your comments in totality. And we thank you all so much for your time. That is going to close our testimony in opposition, and we are going to open testimony in neutral on Senate Bill 294. I can't imagine too many people are neutral on this particular bill, and it doesn't appear that way. However, we will check the phone lines. And, sir, were you neutral? Then please come to the table, and broadcast be ready afterwards for the phones. Thank you.
That's it. George Taylor, Reno. Neutral, but I have extensive experience, for strange reasons, I have extensive experience with the telemedicine system in South Dakota. And I just wanted to toss that idea out there as another state that started 20 years ago with similar geographic circumstances and demographic circumstances to ours. And they have put enormous energy behind that as part of a solution. So I just wanted to mention that. It turns out that the most senior person directing that for 20 years has retired and lives in Las Vegas and would be happy to provide expertise if anyone cares.
Mr. Taylor, thank you so much for coming forward today and testifying. Broadcast, do we have anyone on the phone lines who'd like to testify in neutral and neutral only on Senate Bill 294?
If you would like to testify neutral on Senate Bill 294, please press star 9 now or raise hand in your Zoom window. You have no callers wishing to testify neutral at this time.
Thank you. We're going to close out testimony in neutral. And that's an if there's a closing statement, Senator Flores. Okay, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I'm just looking at the time, and I know you have judiciary as well, and I want everyone to have time before that begins. And I thank you so much for all of the presenters today who did a beautiful job on Senate Bill 294. And we are going to close that hearing and open up the last item on our agenda today, which is public comment. Members may provide public comment in person, by phone, or submit it in writing to the committee's email address. We do ask that you keep your comments very, very brief, and they should not be in regards to any of the bills we've heard today. Something that's generally in the jurisdiction of Commerce and Labor. We look forward to hearing from you. State and spell your name for the record. And again, we ask that you do keep your comments brief just because of the lateness of the time. Anyone in Carson City or Las Vegas who'd like to testify, or to make public comment? Okay, not seeing anyone. We are going to move to the phone lines. Broadcast, anyone on the phones who'd like to make public comment today?
If you would like to provide public comment, please press star 9 now or raise hand in your Zoom window. Chair, you have no callers wishing to provide public comment at this time.
Thank you so much. With that, we look forward to seeing everyone on Friday morning, April the 4th at 8 a.m. sharp, where we will get through this a lot quicker. Thank you so much and have a wonderful rest of your day. We are adjourned.